Chapter 2003. Zilin, now that you've had your fun, can you give me the treasures now? Yi Chen-feng and the rest left the Gu family and headed towards the North Chiu heavenly sect. On the way, Yi Chen-feng sent a telepathic message to Zilin. Yi Chen-feng, are you jealous? Zilin smirked and sent a telepathic message to him. If you're willing to give me the treasures, I'll serve you well. No need, I'm not interested in you. Yi Chen-feng shook his head and rejected her telepathically. Really, I think you're lying. Zilin continued to tease Yi Chen-feng with her voice transmission. I'm telling the truth, Yi Chen-feng said without hesitation, because you're a little ugly. I'm ugly, but don't you have eyes? Zilin had always been confident in her looks. When she heard Yi Chen-feng insult her beauty in front of everyone, she was furious. All right, Zilin, if you want the chaos divine fruit, you'd better give me the treasures you plundered from the Gu family. Yi Chen-feng sent a telepathic message to Zilin. However, I can give you the 5-colored celestial stone. That's more like it. Compared to the million-year collection of the Gu family, the 5-colored celestial stone was more tempting to Zilin. In addition, the chaos divine fruit was very important to her, so she obediently gave a few interspatial rings to Yi Chen-feng. Soon, Yi Chen-feng and the rest arrived at the North Chiu mountain range. Knowing that Yi Chen-feng and the rest had arrived, the disciples of the North Chiu heavenly sect did not dare to delay. They immediately opened the gate and invited Yi Chen-feng and the rest into the North Chiu heavenly sect. What a powerful array prohibition! After entering the North Chiu heavenly sect, the God-Eater brain quickly deduced that there were layers upon layers of restrictions in the North Chiu mountain range, covering the entire North Chiu heavenly sect. Even the God-Eater brain could not sense the actual situation of the North Chiu heavenly sect. In order to conceal their origin, the heavenly tribe has put in a lot of effort in the North Chiu heavenly sect. I wonder how many virtual gods are guarding the origin of the heavenly tribe. Yi Chen-feng mumbled to himself as he followed the disciples of the North Chiu heavenly sect to the deepest part of the North Chiu mountain range. He saw a magnificent palace. Ling Guangzhu, Yi Chen, you're finally here. Looking at Yi Chen-feng's group flying in from afar, the sect leader of the North Chiu heavenly sect, Chiu Yinchuan, arrived at the entrance of the sect with a group of disciples of the North Chiu heavenly sect. He was wearing a dark golden robe with cloud patterns. Sect Master Chiu, congratulations on breaking through to the peak of the ancestor realm. Looking at Chiu Yinchuan and the others, Yi Chen-feng imitated Huang Yichen's tone and ordered people to deliver a big gift. Ling Guangzhu, Yi Chen, please come in. Chiu Yinchuan lowered his posture and personally invited Yi Chen-feng and the others into the North Chiu heavenly sect. Entering the North Chiu heavenly sect, Yi Chen-feng saw that many forces that were affiliated with the heavenly tribe had arrived early. Because of the superior status of the heavenly tribe, when they saw Yi Chen-feng and Ling Guangzhu slowly walking into the main hall, they did not dare to be arrogant and went forward to greet them. After the greetings, Chiu Yinchuan hosted a banquet for Yi Chen-feng and the others and arranged for them to rest in the best location of the North Chiu heavenly sect, near a cliff and close to the sea of clouds. Ling, Guangzhu, Yi Chen, the beauties have been arranged for you. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, just say it and treat this place as your home. Chiu Yinchuan said enthusiastically. Wait, I'm not interested in women. Call the young master of the Heavenly Yuan sect over. I want to have a long talk with him. Zilin suddenly called out to Chiu Yinchuan, who was about to leave, and ordered him not to be disobeyed. This, Chiu Yinchuan raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Ling Guangzhu to change his taste and want the young master of the Heavenly Yuan sect. Why? Is it difficult? Zilin's face darkened and said, Go to the Heavenly Yuan sect and tell them that this is my order. If they dare to disobey, I will destroy them. Okay, I'll go now. Although the North Chiu Heavenly Sect had a good relationship with the Heavenly Yuan Sect, the Heavenly Royal Clan was one of the two overlords of the Heavenly Clan. He did not dare to disobey Zilin's order and obediently asked someone to call the young master of the Heavenly Yuan Sect over. Sect Leader Chiu, Senior Lingguang, Young Master Yichen, you are looking for me. The handsome young master of the Heavenly Yuan Sect, who was wearing a white robe, walked over slowly and bowed respectfully. You are indeed handsome, just like eyes taste. Zilin looked at the young master of the Heavenly Yuan Sect and was more satisfied with him. Thank you for the compliment, Senior Lingguang. The young master of the Heavenly Yuan Sect, who did not know what was going on, said respectfully and did not think much of it. If you really want to thank me, then serve me well. If I am satisfied with your service, I will reward you handsomely. With that, Zilin carried the young master of the Heavenly Yuan Sect, who was in a daze, and walked into the courtyard. Senior, what are you trying to do? The Heavenly Yuan Sect's young master felt all the hair on his body stand up as he cried out in fear when he saw the fervent look in Elder Lingguang's eyes. You will know in a while. Zilin directly tied up the struggling young master of the Heavenly Yuan Sect and brought him into the room. Soon, shrill screams could be heard, causing Chiu Yunchuan and the others to tremble in fear. Gu, young Master Yichen, I still have something to do. I will not disturb you. Chiu Yunchuan gulped and quickly left the courtyard with his stunned subordinates. Sigh, a woman who has been empty for hundreds of thousands of years is really scary. Yi Qinfeng sighed softly and walked into the courtyard. He opened the soundproofing restriction and entered his room. He saw two naked beauties with skin as smooth as milk lying on a large, soft bed. They were looking at him with blushing cheeks. Put on your clothes and bring me around the North Chiu mountain range. Although the scene in front of him was enough to make an ordinary man go crazy, Yi Qinfeng's heart was strong, and he was not affected by ordinary women. Yes. Looking into Yi Qinfeng's cold eyes, the two female disciples of the North Chiu Heavenly Sect trembled inexplicably. They slowly sat up and put on their clothes in front of Yi Qinfeng. Under the night sky, they brought him out of the courtyard by the cliff and into the North Chiu mountain range with towering ancient trees and strange rocks. Out of Yi Qinfeng's expectations, the two female disciples were very familiar with the North Chiu mountain range. Yi Qinfeng followed them and had a deeper understanding of the North Chiu mountain range. What is in front of us? Yi Qinfeng asked in a low voice as he pointed at a space covered by a thick sea of clouds. In front of us is the forbidden area of the North Chiu Heavenly Sect. We have never entered it. The two female disciples shook their heads. Forbidden area. Although Yi Qinfeng was afraid of alerting the enemy and did not use the God-engulfing brain to explore, he had a feeling that the forbidden area in front of them was the inheritance of the divine clan. Let's go back. After locking onto the target, Yi Qinfeng did not stay in the North Chiu mountain range for long. He brought the two girls back to the courtyard by the cliff to rest. Just as they reached the courtyard, Yi Qinfeng faintly heard the sound of a man crying. He shook his head lightly and brought the two girls into the room. All right, I am going to cultivate. You two can rest in another room. Yi Qinfeng said faintly, Young master, are you looking down on us sisters? A woman in green gently bit her rosy lips and asked in a lovely voice, No, I am just cultivating a divine power recently, and I cannot get close to women. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and casually found an excuse. But, master, we have been given to you by the sect leader. If we go back like this, we will definitely be punished by the sect leader. The two girls said pitifully, Don't worry. I will explain everything to the sect leader. I will not let you be punished. Chapter 2004. As the night deepened, the noisy North Chiu Heavenly Sect gradually quietened down. Swoosh! Under the control of Yi Qinfeng, The Qiankuan mirror broke out of courtyard by the cliff and quickly arrived at the forbidden grounds of the North Chiu heavenly sect. Space-swallowing bug, break the seal quickly. Yi Qinfeng used the Qiankuan mirror and found that there was no one around. He summoned the space-swallowing bug and ordered it to quickly devour the powerful seal that enveloped the forbidden grounds. Soon, the space-swallowing bug bit a big hole in the powerful seal, and Yi Qinfeng's body flashed as he entered the forbidden grounds. This is the ancestral grounds of the North Chiu heavenly sect, not the origin of the heavenly tribe. After entering the forbidden grounds, the god-devouring brain quickly deduced the powerful aura of the ancestral grounds, but could not sense the origin. Could it be that the origin of the heavenly tribe is somewhere else? Yi Qinfeng frowned and muttered to himself, "Who are you? What do you want to do by barging into the ancestral grounds of the North Chiu heavenly sect?" Just as Yi Qinfeng was deep in thought, a low voice entered his ears. An old man wearing a linen robe and exuding a fierce aura appeared. "Half step to empty God." Feeling the power of territory surging from the old man, Yi Qinfeng immediately guessed that he was a half step to empty God who had surpassed the peak of the ancestral grounds. "Who do you think I am?" Yi Qinfeng, who was disguised as Huang Yichen, smiled faintly as he stared at the half step to empty God guarding against him. "I can't guess your identity, but I know that you are not one of the 4 young masters of the imperial clan, Huang Yichen." The half-step to empty God said without hesitation, "You are wrong. I am Huang Yichen." Yi Qinfeng shook his head and denied, "Whether you admit it or not, I can be sure that you are not Huang Yichen." The half-step empty God said, "How dare you disguise yourself as young Master Huang to cause trouble on the North Chiu heavenly sect's day of celebration? I really want to know who you are." As he spoke, the half-step empty God realm master took a step forward and appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng as if he had teleported. He reached out his skinny old hand to grab Yi Qinfeng. Even a half-step virtual God wants to capture me." Yi Qinfeng snorted coldly. He ignited his primordial bloodline and merged it with the heart of God, instantly increasing his ability to pinnacle half-step virtual God. He threw a punch and instantly unleashed a force of more than 5 trillion kilograms. It destroyed the half-step virtual God's attack as if it was nothing, forcing him to retreat with a punch. In the next instant, Yi Qinfeng summoned the supreme-grade ancestral weapon, Evil Thousand Streams. It transformed into a rolling black river that directly sealed off the entire space, sealing off the half-step virtual God's escape route. The ancestral patriarch of the North Chiu heavenly sect is only SOSO. After sealing off the space, Yi Qinfeng summoned his ancestor-level sword soul and locked on to the ancestral patriarch of the North Chiu heavenly sect. "It seems that you have been plotting against the North Chiu heavenly sect for a long time." Sensing that the Evil Thousand Streams had reached the level of a supreme-grade ancestral weapon, the ancestral patriarch of the North Chiu heavenly sect became even more serious. He looked for a supreme-grade heavenly halberd that weighed at least 10 billion kilograms and held it in his hand. A supreme-grade ancestral weapon. It seems that the North Chiu heavenly sect status in the heavenly tribe is not low. A supreme-grade ancestral weapon was extremely rare and precious. Only those who had made great contributions to the heavenly tribe could possess it. Cut the crap. How dare you cause trouble in the ancestral land of the North Chiu heavenly sect? I'll make sure you don't return. The ancestral patriarch of the North Chiu heavenly sect roared and unleashed a shocking force. He held the heavenly halberd in his hand and smashed it down. With one blow, the space was smashed apart by the powerful heavenly halberd. The terrifying force was like a huge mountain that came crashing down, suffocating everyone. A supreme-grade ancestral weapon gives you so much confidence. Yi Qinfeng snorted and summoned the virtual god divine sword, the divine sword swallowing heavens, to meet the attack. Boom! The divine sword swallowing heavens and the heavenly halberd collided, and the explosive force instantly tore the space apart. However, because the space was sealed by the evil thousand streams, the destructive force caused by the two of them could not be detected by the outside world. Virtual God divine weapon, who are you? Feeling the power of the divine sword swallowing heavens, the North Chio, heavenly sex patriarch's arm went numb and bloody wounds appeared on his arm. He did not hesitate to merge with the power of the ancestral land to kill Yi Qinfeng. Two primitive embryos devour the ancestral land. The power of the ancestral land surged into the body of the North Chio, heavenly sex patriarch. Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the two primitive embryos and tore the ground apart. They entered the ancestral land and started devouring frantically. As the two primitive embryos opened up all the acupoints in his body to devour the power, the speed of the North Chio, heavenly sex patriarchs, merging with the ancestral land, slowed down. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng activated the invincible sword body and continued to attack the North Chio, heavenly sex patriarch, ferociously, not giving him a chance to call for help. You are an almighty human. During the intense battle, the North Chio, heavenly sex patriarch could feel the aura that Yi Qinfeng deliberately emitted and confirmed that he was an almighty human. Godless sword. Yi Qinfeng did not even answer the North Chio, heavenly sex patriarch's question. He quickly deduced the 4 ancestral land Tao diagrams and merged more than 3 trillion pounds of power. He stabbed his sword towards the North Chio, heavenly sex patriarch, whose expression changed drastically, forcing him to defend with all his might. Qi. When the void god realm pierced the North Chio, a heavenly sex heavenly halberd that the North Chio, heavenly sex heavenly sect instinctively blocked in front of him, the sudden burst of power shook the heavenly sex halberd and caused it to go out of control. It ruthlessly smashed into the North Chio, heavenly sex patriarch's chest, causing him to retreat step by step. Large amounts of blood spurted out of his mouth. Damn it! Are you from the Kunlun sacred ground or the Yuhua palace? The North Chio, heavenly sex patriarch, was seriously injured. He continued to merge with the power of the ancestral veins and continued to increase his strength while shouting loudly, "The North Chio heavenly sect has no enmity with you humans. Why are you here to cause trouble?" The North Chio, heavenly sect, indeed has no enmity with me. But you can only blame yourselves for being the dogs of the heavenly sect. Yi Qinfeng snorted coldly and said deliberately, "The heavenly sect is trying to annex the various clans. Are we not allowed to retaliate?" As soon as Yi Qinfeng's voice fell, the North Chio, heavenly sex patriarch's expression changed. He had a feeling that Yi Qinfeng was not here for the North Chio, heavenly sect. Just as the North Chio, heavenly sex patriarch was distracted, Yi Qinfeng activated the invincible sword body and used the 1,000 ancestral swords. In an instant, tens of thousands of sword rays were formed, and like a rolling sword river, they slashed towards the North Chio, heavenly sex patriarch. Heavenly domain block. At the critical moment, the North Chio, heavenly sex patriarch opened up a powerful heavenly domain, wanting to use the power of the domain to block the 1,000 ancestral swords. However, the attack power of the 1,000 ancestral swords was too terrifying, and it was merged with the power of the void god artifact, divine sword swallowing the heavens. Under one attack, the heavenly domain was shattered, and the terrifying sword force bombarded the body of the North Chio, heavenly sex patriarch, sending him flying. His entire body became a bloody mess. Godless sword. After experiencing the terrifying power of Yi Qinfeng, the North Chio, heavenly sex patriarch, immediately wanted to crush the communication pearl to report. However, under the detection of the god-eating brain, the North Chio, heavenly sex patriarch's every move was under the surveillance of Yi Qinfeng. Before the North Chio, heavenly sex patriarch could crush the communication pearl, Yi Qinfeng quickly stabbed out with his sword. Under the amplitude of 50 times the flow of time, Yi Qinfeng's sword almost reached 100 times the speed of light. Under the sword, the right arm of the North Chiu, heavenly sex patriarch, was cut off, preventing him from crushing the communication pearl. Divine Spirit Pagoda, suppress. After cutting off the right arm of the North Chiu, heavenly sex patriarch, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the supreme grade ancestral artifact, Divine Spirit Pagoda, and ruthlessly suppressed the body of the North Chiu, heavenly sex patriarch, further damaging his body. Soul Search. Under the suppression of the Divine Spirit Pagoda, the North Chiu, heavenly sex patriarch, could not move. Yi Qinfeng immediately used the power of the God-eating brain to forcibly search the North Chiu, heavenly sex patriarch's soul and memories. No, even if I die, I will not let you have your way. In order to keep the secret, the North Chiu heavenly sex patriarch wanted to self-destruct. However, under the suppression of the Divine Spirit Pagoda, the flow of ancestral power in his body was extremely slow, and he could not ignite the ancestral power in his body to self-destruct. Don't worry when you are no longer of any use. I will only send you to hell. Yi Qinfeng said faintly as he held the patriarch's head tightly and continued to control the God-eating brain to search the patriarch's soul. So the origin of the heavenly clan is there. After searching the patriarch's soul, Yi Qinfeng finally knew the location of the origin of the heavenly clan. He summoned the Chaos Dharma form and sucked the wailing North Chiu heavenly sex patriarch dry. He then condensed 3 chaos divine fruits and sent him to hell. Chapter 2005. In the morning, the gentle sunlight shone on the North Chiu mountain range, awakening the world to a brand new day. Creak! The door to Zilin's room was pushed open. The young master of the Sky Yuan sect staggered out, his face pale and his eyes dim. His clothes disheveled, he left in humiliation. Sigh, Zilin, how did you torture him last night? I think the young master of the Heavenly Yuan sect is going crazy. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said as he looked at Ling Guangzu, who was walking out of the room with a refreshed expression and shining eyes. I didn't torture him. I only played games with him last night. Zilin's lips curled into a smile. Looking at Ling Guangzu's lecherous smile, Yi Qinfeng shook his head and could not help but sympathize with the young master of the Heavenly Yuan sect. Such a nightmarish experience was indeed frightening. Oh, right, you might have to put on a show with me today. Yi Qinfeng told Zilin about the North Chiu clan's old ancestor's death and discussed with her how to frame Ren Huang. Don't worry, I'll definitely make them run in circles. Zilin patted her chest and promised. While Yi Qinfeng and Zilin were discussing the plan, Chiu Yunchuan accidentally discovered that the life tablet of the North Chiu clan's old ancestor had broken. The entire North Chiu heavenly sect fell into chaos. The North Chiu patriarch was the backbone of the North Chiu heavenly sect and the guardian of the sect. His death was a disaster for the North Chiu heavenly sect. Without the North Chiu patriarch, the overall strength of the North Chiu heavenly sect would drop by a few levels. Who infiltrated the North Chiu heavenly sect and killed the old ancestor? Sensing the seriousness of the situation, Chiu Yunchuan immediately ordered people to lock down the entire North Chiu heavenly sect as he tried to figure out the identity of the culprit. After thinking for a while, Chiu Yunchuan felt that all the forces that came to congratulate him were suspicious. Only the true overlord of the heavenly region, the heavenly clan, could be trusted. The reason why Chiu Yunchuan trusted the heavenly clan so much was because the North Chiu heavenly sect had always been dependent on them. More importantly, the North Chiu heavenly sect was also responsible for the protection of the heavenly clan. The heavenly clan would definitely not kill the old ancestor for no reason and weaken the overall strength of the North Chiu heavenly sect. As for Ling Guangzu and Huang Yichen's identity, he had no doubts at all. After thinking about it, Qiu Yunchuan could only ask the Heavenly Imperial Clan for help to avenge the North Qiu old ancestor. Protect the North Qiu heavenly sect well. No one is allowed to leave without my permission. Qiu Yunchuan, whose face was as gloomy as water, sternly exhorted. Then he headed to the courtyard at the edge of the cliff to pay a visit to Yi Qinfeng. Ling Guangzhu Yichen, I have an important matter to discuss with you. Qiu Yunchuan stood outside the courtyard and anxiously said, Sect leader Qiu, what happened? Zi Lin imitated Ling Guangzhu's voice and transmitted it from the courtyard. Come in. Ling Guangzhu, Yichen, something big has happened to the North Qiu heavenly sect. Qiu Yunchuan activated the soundproof barrier in the courtyard and told them about the incident. Brother North Qiu is dead. Ling Guangzhu frowned. When did this happen? It should have happened last night. Qiu Yunchuan clenched his fists. Last night, Ling Guangzhu pondered for a moment and said, Other than us, how many other forces came to the North Qiu heavenly sect yesterday? A total of 5 forces came yesterday. However, these 5 forces have always been on good terms with the North Qiu heavenly sect. Furthermore, their overall strength is far inferior to the North Qiu heavenly sect. I really can't think of who the murderer is. Qiu Yunchuan explained in detail. Sect leader Qiu, you are wrong. Yi Qinfeng added, The North Qiu Senior is a half-step to empty God. The person who has the ability to kill a half-step to empty God right under our noses is most likely a real empty God. Therefore, it is highly possible that he has disguised himself and is hiding among the various forces. That's right, Yichen's analysis is correct. Zi Lin and Yi Qinfeng echoed. Sect leader Qiu, may I know where Brother North Qiu was killed? Can you bring us to take a look and see if there are any clues? The chief elder has been guarding the ancestral veins of the North Qiu heavenly sect. He should have been killed there. Qiu Yunchuan said, Let's go and take a look at the ancestral veins. Let's see if we can find any valuable clues. Zi Lin suggested and followed Qiu Yunchuan, who was in a mess, to the ancestral veins of the North Qiu heavenly sect. After being devoured by the 2 primitive embryos, the ancestral veins of the North Qiu heavenly sect had almost withered. The lush spiritual trees and spiritual plants had long withered, and the entire ancestral veins was lifeless. Damn it! Who the hell did this? Looking at the scene in front of him, Qiu Yunchuan could only feel his heart bleeding. If he knew that something like this would happen, he would never have invited the various forces to hold a celebration at the North Qiu heavenly sect. There is something wrong with these sword marks. Zi Lin walked to the side of a sword mark so deep that she couldn't see the bottom. She pretended to study it. Ling Guangzhu, what did you find? Qiu Yunchuan immediately walked over and asked. If I am not wrong, these sword marks are most likely left by a virtual god weapon. Zi Lin pointed at the deep sword marks and said, Virtual god weapon. Qiu Yunchuan stared and said, Ling Guangzhu, are you sure that these sword marks were left by a virtual god weapon? In the entire void god world, there were not many virtual god weapons. Almost all of them were in the hands of the various clans. If it was confirmed that these sword marks were left by a virtual god weapon, then the identity of the murderer could be narrowed down to a certain extent. Sect leader Qiu, you can use your soul power to sense it. There is still the aura of a virtual god weapon left in these sword marks. Zi Lin said casually, I am sure that these sword marks were left by the virtual god sword. The murderer could only have such a powerful treasure to be able to kill the North Qiu heavenly sect without anyone knowing. Old ancestor, if I am not wrong, the human sovereign sword is a virtual god weapon. Yi Qinfeng added, That's right, the human sovereign sword is a virtual god weapon. Zi Lin nodded and said, However, I heard that the human sovereign and Yu Huaxin are in seclusion. Seclusion? Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly and said, "The human sovereign and Yu Huaxin said that they are in seclusion. However, we're not sure if they are really in seclusion." The human sovereign. Qiu Yunchuan fell into deep thought and said, "Old ancestor, Ichen, if it is really the human sovereign, what do you think he is planning?" "The origin of the divine clan," Yi Qinfeng and Zi Lin said in unison. "Oh, right, not long ago, the clan leader of the Taishan clan fought with the human sovereign. Although the human sovereign killed the clan leader of the Taishan clan, he was also injured. Do you think the human sovereign accidentally found out that the origin of the divine clan was here and wanted to take it for himself? This way, he can take revenge on the divine clan. Secondly, he can refine the origin of the divine clan and have the opportunity to improve his strength." Yi Qinfeng said patiently, "Ichen, your analysis is very reasonable." Zi Lin said with certainty, "Now it seems that the murderer is most likely the human sovereign." Human sovereign. Qiu Yunchuan felt that his mind was in a mess. "Old ancestor, Ichen, if the murderer is really the human sovereign, what do you think we should do?" Qiu Yunchuan was influenced by Yi Qinfeng and Zi Lin's words and subconsciously accepted this analysis. "If I am not wrong, the human sovereign should still be hiding in the North Qiu heavenly sect. Therefore, we have to do two things now." Zi Lin said, "First, you tell the imperial clan and the divine clan what happened here and our analysis. Yi Chen and I will go to the origin of the divine clan to guard it. But if it is really the human sovereign, then I am afraid we are no match for him. The human sovereign was the strongest person in the human race. Qiu Yunchuan was not confident in facing him. Don't worry about this. We have the external incarnation given to us by the imperial clan leader. With our protection, the human sovereign will not succeed." Zi Lin patted her chest and said, "Okay, then I will leave everything to you." Chapter 2006. By the way, sect leader Qiu, who's the guardian of the divine tribe's origin now. On the way to the divine tribe's origin, Yi Qinfeng wanted to get more valuable information from Qiu Yunchuan. "It's still virtual god Zhenlei," Qiu Yunchuan said. Virtual god Zhenlei. Knowing that there was only one virtual god guarding the divine tribe's origin, Yi Qinfeng was completely relieved. With the power he had, he could easily control virtual god Zhenlei. "We're here. The divine tribe's origin is inside this seal. The responsibility of guarding the origin will be entrusted to the ancestor, young Master Ichen." Qiu Yunchuan trusted Yi Qinfeng and Zi Lin without a doubt. He left the two of them under the seal outside the origin and asked them to guard it. "Don't worry, with the Grand Emperor clan's avatar and virtual god Zhenlei, we'll definitely be able to protect the divine tribe's origin." Zi Lin patted her chest and promised. "Sect leader Qiu, the death of the North Qiu ancestor is not a trivial matter. Try to keep it a secret. If the outside world knows about the ancestor's death, it'll most likely bring about a devastating disaster to the North Qiu heavenly sect. Also, sect leader Qiu, contact the clan as soon as possible and ask them to send experts over." Yi Qinfeng reminded him out of kindness. "Don't worry, young Master Ichen, I know what to do." After saying that, Qiu Yunchuan left with a heavy heart. "Yi Qinfeng, what do you think of my acting just now?" Qiu Yunchuan, who was still in the dark, left. Zi Lin smiled and glanced at Yi Qinfeng with a charming look. However, as Zi Lin had transformed into Ling Guangzu's appearance, Ling Guangzu's glance gave Yi Qinfeng goosebumps all over his body. This is only the first step. We'll talk about it after we control virtual god Zhenlei. Yi Qinfeng still had 3 soul devourers' child brains that he had retrieved from the Duhan continent. He planned to use these 3 child brains to control virtual god Zhenlei. If everything went well, it would be much easier to shift the blame to Ren Huang. Space Swallower, break the seal. Taking advantage of Qiu Yunchuan's confused state of mind, Yi Qinfeng summoned the space-swallowing bug, allowing it to quickly devour the spatial restrictions and enter the origin of the Tian clan. Although the restrictions outside the Tian clan's origin were extremely powerful for the space-swallowing insect, it was not difficult at all. In less than an hour, the space swallower's sharp teeth bit through a gap in the seal, allowing Yi Qinfeng and Zilin to enter. Who are you? What are you doing here? When Yi Qinfeng and Zilin entered the mysterious space filled with the power of the heavens, they immediately alarmed the void god Jinlei who had been guarding this place for countless years. A deep voice resounded in Yi Qinfeng and Zilin's ears. Void god Jinlei, it's me, Ling Guang. Zilin imitated Ling Guang Zhu's voice. Ling Guang. Void god Jinlei was the void god of the imperial clan and was an old acquaintance of Ling Guang Zhu. Upon hearing Ling Guang Zhu's voice, a crack appeared on the hard ground. Void god Jinlei, who was wearing a linen robe and had snow-white hair casually draped over his shoulders, appeared. His eyes were like stars that shot out tens of thousands of rays of light, and his body was surrounded by lightning. Ling Guang, don't you know that this place is a forbidden area? With your status, you are not allowed to enter. Void god Zhen lay stared at Yi Qinfeng and Ling Guang Zhu, his voice as loud as thunder. Of course, I know this rule, but there is a reason for this, so I have to come. Ling Guang Zhu sighed softly and simply explained the incident of the North Qiu clan's ancestor being killed. The North Qiu clan is dead. Void god Zhen frowned. Do you know who the murderer is? According to our analysis, the murderer is most likely the strongest person in the human race, the human emperor, Zilin said. Impossible. I know the human emperor. He would never do such a disgraceful thing. Void god Jin shook his head. Void god Zhenlei, you have been guarding this place for countless years and know too little about the outside world. Zilin shook her head and said, the divine clan and the human race have already fallen out. The human emperor killed the avatar of the supreme god clan leader. After listening to Zilin, Void god Zhen frowned even more. Supreme God Heaven had refined a total of 3 avatars. Now that one of the avatars had been destroyed by the human emperor, it had a significant impact on the strength of Supreme God Heaven. All right, I got it. You can leave now, but don't worry with me guarding this place. Even if the human emperor comes personally, it will be useless. Void god Jin did not want Yi Qinfeng and Zilin to stay here for too long and was ready to let them leave. Void god Zhenlei, I think it's better for us to guard this place together. Zilin said, according to our analysis, the human emperor brought the human emperor's sword. I think only the avatar of the supreme god clan leader can fight against him. You have the avatar of the supreme god clan leader? Void god Zhen asked in surprise. Although Supreme Emperor Heaven's strength was exceedingly high, every time he refined an avatar, it required a lot of effort and time. He rarely gave them to his clansmen. Yes, we have the avatar of the clan leader, which is why we have the confidence to guard this place. Zilin nodded. Can you let me see the avatar of the clan leader? Thinking of Ling Guangzhu and Huang Yichen's identities, Supreme Emperor Heaven would never give them an avatar without a special reason. Void god Jin began to doubt their identities. Of course. Yi Qinfeng nodded and slowly walked toward Void god Jinlei with a Qinquan ring in his hand. The avatar of the clan leader is in this Qinquan ring. The Grand Ancestor will know if we are lying to you. Yi Qinfeng handed the Qinquan ring to Void god Jinlei. Just as Void god Jin took the Qinquan ring, it suddenly exploded. The next moment, Yi Qinfeng took advantage of the fact that Void god Tremor Thunder's attention was focused on the exploding universe ring. He instantly ignited his primordial blood, activated his invincible sword physique, and summoned the universal origin sword, slashing at Void god Tremor Thunder at close range. Sensing danger, Void God Zhen Lei instinctively tried to dodge, but Yi Qinfeng's sword had been infused with the law of time acceleration, so its speed was unimaginably fast. Swish! Void God Zhen Lei's body was struck by the myriad origin sword. The refined sword light instantly broke through his body's defenses and slashed him fiercely, leaving a deep sword wound on his body. A large amount of blood spurted out uncontrollably. Who are you people? Fo Gaojin Lei shouted angrily as he retreated quickly. Then he glared at Yi Qinfeng and the other man. We are the human emperor's subordinates, here to destroy you. With that, Yi Qinfeng summoned Shen Daoxiu, Shen Yougu, and Evil God from the universe mirror, preparing to suppress Void God Jin Lei at lightning speed. Shen Daoxiu, Shen Yougu, it's you. You're actually still alive. As a Void God of the Imperial Celestial Tribe, Void God Zhenlei recognized Shen Daoxiu and Zilin. Seeing them appear, his heart was in turmoil. The Celestial Tribe hasn't been destroyed, and we haven't taken our revenge. How can we die? Shen Daoxiu replied domineeringly, unleashing his celestial demon aspect and launching a ferocious attack at Void God Zhenlei. When Shen Daoxiu attacked with all his might, Shen Yougu and Evil God attacked at the same time, suppressing Void God Zhenlei. Evil God was a mid-level Void God, and his strength far surpassed Void God Zhenlei's. In addition, Void God Zhenlei had just been injured by the Universal Origin Sword, so he could not withstand Evil God and the other two's ferocious attacks. Origin energy, fuse with my body! Void God Zhenlei's attack was instantly suppressed, and his injuries were worsening. He continued to fuse with Heaven Origin energy, increasing his strength to resist with all his might. Chaos Aspect, Divine Wood, suppress the Origin. Sensing the surging Heaven Origin energy, fusing with Void God Zhenlei's body, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned his low-level Void God Chaos Aspect, which turned into a towering 5-colored divine wood. It took root in the Heaven Origin and forcefully suppressed it. Evil God, Senior Yugu, take this! While the Chaos Aspect was suppressing the Heaven Origin, Yi Qinfeng controlled evil Shura Thousand Streams and the 10 ancient ancestral flags to seal the entire space. He summoned the 2 Void God swords and lent them to Evil God and Shen Yougu. No, Void God Jin lay despaired when he saw the 2 Void God swords in Evil God and Shen Yougu's hands. He wanted to use his trump card to escape. However, Void God Zhenlei had no chance of escaping under the 3's territory and the 2 Void God swords attacks. In the blink of an eye, his body was cut open by the 2 Void God swords. Undefeated heavenly technique. Void God Zhenlei's desire to live was aroused when his body was cut open. He burned his immortal bloodline to reconstruct his body. However, the Void God sword's power was unimaginable. They constantly depleted his immortal bloodline, causing his injuries to worsen. He could not reconstruct his body. Soul Eater Brain Control. Chapter 2007. No, what's this? Virtual God Zhenlei, who was trying his best to rebuild his body after being devoured by the 2 Soul Eaters, roared in despair and attacked the 2 Soul Eaters desperately. However, under the suppression of the 3 virtual gods, Virtual God Zhenlei's resistance became weaker and weaker. The surging heavenly origin energy in his body was suppressed and could not pose a threat or harm to the 2 Soul Eaters. Slowly, the Soul Eaters eroded Virtual God Zhenlei's consciousness, and he gradually lost himself. Not bad, not bad. The 2 Soul Eaters can still control a virtual god. Sensing that Virtual God Zhenlei's severely injured soul could not withstand the erosion of the 2 Soul Eaters, Yi Qinfeng heaved a sigh of relief. With a thought, he put Virtual God Zhenlei into the Qinkuan realm. Seniors, please protect me. I want to devour the heavenly origin energy and break through to the half-step Virtual God level. As the situation in the Virtual God realm became more complicated, Yi Chen-feng clearly felt that his strength was insufficient. If he could break through to the half-step virtual god level and ignite the primordial bloodline, integrate the god's heart and chaotic dharma, he could definitely fight against a mid-level virtual god. Yi Chen-feng, can I absorb the heavenly origin energy here to cultivate? Zilin blinked and asked with a face full of desire. She knew the benefits of cultivating in the divine tribe's origin. She had a chance to break through to the half-step virtual god level here. Since you've done well this time, you can cultivate here with me. As he spoke, Yi Chen-feng took out 2 chaos divine fruits that contained half territory intent and gave them to the excited Zilin. He also summoned ancestor Fa Tian, the chaos divine beast, the peacock king, Xiaowin Dai, the spiritual fish, and the others who were stuck at the peak of progenitor level so that they could devour the heavenly origin energy and break through to a higher level. Slaughter origin energy merge. Yi Chen-feng opened all the acupuncture points in his body. When he was devouring the heavenly origin energy, he took out the remaining 5 slaughter origin energy and merged them into his body to break through to the half-step virtual god level. Just as Yi Chen-feng and the others suppressed virtual god Jinlei and devoured the heavenly origin energy to cultivate, the entire North Chiu heavenly sect fell into chaos. With the death of the North Chiu clan's old ancestor, Chiu Yunchuan was no longer in the mood to hold a celebration. When he told the Heavenly Imperial clan about what happened in the North Chiu heavenly sect, it caused quite a commotion. The source of the Heaven clan was extremely important to the Heaven clan, and they could not afford to lose it. Once the source of the Heaven clan was destroyed, it would directly affect the terrifying ancestral vein of the Heaven Imperial clan, greatly affecting the foundation of the Heaven Imperial clan. Yunchuan, are you sure that the Emperor has something to do with the North Chiu Kingdom's death? The great elder of the Imperial clan asked softly through the communication array. These are all Ling Guangzhu and young Master Yichen's guesses. They found traces of the void god stored at the place where the old ancestor died. Chiu Yunchuan reported. Then what about Ling Guangzhu and Yichen? Why didn't they send me a message? Great Elder pondered for a moment, feeling suspicious. Ling Guangzhu and young Master Yichen said that they have the Imperial Sky Clan leader's external incarnation and took the initiative to request to guard the Heaven Clan's origin. Chiu Yunchuan said, "Idiot, you've been fooled." The great elder of the Imperial clan suddenly changed his expression. If I'm not wrong, the 2 of them are the real murderers of the North Chiu Kingdom. This is impossible. Chiu Yunchuan's eyes widened, and he was dumbfounded. The clan leader's external incarnation is so precious. Why would he give it to Ling Guangzhu and Yichen? They must be deliberately fooling you by saying this, so that they can get closer to the Heaven clan's origin. The great elder of the Imperial clan analyzed. Then, Great Elder, what should I do now? Chiu Yunchuan was a little confused and said, helplessly, quickly seal off the North Chiu Kingdom's heavenly sect and inform Void God Zhenlei to be careful. With Void God Zhenlei around, they should not have the chance to destroy our Heaven clan's origin in a short time. The great elder of the Imperial clan ordered, as long as we can delay for 3 days, our Void God Zhenlei will be able to rush over. Okay, that's the only way. Chiu Yunchuan nodded mechanically, took out his communication bead, and sent a message to Void God Zhenlei. However, Void God Zhenlei had long been suppressed, and Chiu Yunchuan could not contact him at all. The murders are really them. Unable to contact Void God Zhenlei, Chiu Yunchuan felt the seriousness of the situation, and once again contacted the great elder of the Imperial clan and told him the situation. Gather all the forces and go to the origin. No matter the price, we must protect the origin. The great elder of the Imperial clan gave a desperate order. Yes. Chiu Yunchuan did not know what kind of great enemy he was facing, but at this moment he knew that he had no choice. Once something happened to the Heaven clan's origin that they had guarded for countless years, the Imperial clan would definitely kill him. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble in the North Chiu Kingdom's heavenly sect? Chiu Yunchuan gathered the North Chiu Kingdom's heavenly sect, the demon clan, and other forces. When he arrived at the Heaven clan's origin, he found Shen Daoshu guarding outside the seal and disguised his identity. Anyone who comes close will die. Shen Daoshu, who was sitting on the ground, opened his eyes tightly shut. A golden dragon broke out of his body, opened its bloody mouth, and attacked Chiu Yunchuan and the others. Could this be the supreme Abhijna of the Kunlun sacred ground, the 9 dragons break? After being attacked by a golden dragon, many Heavenly Clan and Demon Clan experts who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years recognized that this move was most likely the Kunlun sacred ground's 9 dragons break. They began to doubt Shen Daoshu's identity. Boom! The dragon crashed down, and the entire ground shook violently. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Heavenly Clan and Demon Clan experts fell, dying on the spot. Sect leader, this person is most likely the Void God Realm expert of the Kunlun sacred ground. We are definitely not his match. Continuing to approach is no different from suicide. The great elder of the North Chiu Kingdom's heavenly sect appeared beside Chiu Yunchuan, who had retreated thousands of meters away, and said in a serious voice, "Everyone, quickly take action and seal this place. Wait for the Void God of the Imperial Clan to arrive." Chiu Yunchuan gritted his teeth and decisively sent a voice transmission. Very quickly, layers upon layers of array formations appeared in the air, sealing off the space around the Tian clan's origin. Death God, Half-Step Demon God, War Demon, Senior Candle Dragon, quickly come out and devour the Heaven clan's origin. Since his identity had been exposed, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned Death God and the rest of the Half-Step virtual gods, as well as the Divine Demon Candle Dragon. He then ordered the 2 primitive embryos and chaotic Dharma power to devour the Heaven clan's origin. Under everyone's combined efforts, the energy in the Heaven clan's origin decreased rapidly. The precious ancient trees and spiritual herbs that grew in the origin withered rapidly. Space Swallower, quickly devour the wormhole. Since his identity had been exposed, Yi Qinfeng guessed that the Imperial Clan would definitely send Void Gods over. At this point, he did not want to have a direct confrontation with the Void Gods of the Heavenly Clan. Immediately, he ordered the Space Swallower to devour the wormhole. Time passed day by day. Yi Qinfeng and the rest devoured the Heaven clan's origin and devoured 1/10 of the origin energy in the Heaven clan's origin. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng's remnant soul outside sensed 3 terrifying auras descending upon the North Chiu mountain range. He guessed that the Void Gods of the Heavenly Clan had arrived. "Everyone, quickly attack with me and destroy the Heaven clan's origin." When the Void Gods of the Heavenly Clan appeared, Yi Qinfeng immediately woke everyone up. He summoned the Void Gods back and attacked the Heaven clan's origin with all his might. The Heaven clan's origin had already been devoured by Yi Qinfeng and the rest. Now that it was attacked by everyone, it immediately suffered a destructive blow. There were faint signs of it exploding. Seeing the Heaven clan's origin explode, Yi Qinfeng took out a large number of destruction crystals and threw them into the Heaven clan's origin. At this moment, the 3 Void Gods appeared. Just as they tore open the seal outside the Heaven clan's origin and captured Yi Qinfeng and the rest, Yi Qinfeng detonated all the destruction crystals in the Heaven clan's origin and entered the Qinquan realm. He flew into the wormhole that the Space Swallower had created. Boom! 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 Earth-shattering explosions rang out. Chapter 2008. The Demon Sea City was one of the biggest cities in the Demon Tribe's territory. It was located in the northwest of the Demon Realm, close to the Demon Sea. The people in the city were tough, and bloodshed could happen at any time. After successfully destroying the source of the celestial race, Yi Chen-fong spent nearly half a month to arrive outside the Devil Sea City of the Devil Realm. Chen-fong, do you think the explosion of the origin of the divine tribe could kill the empty gods of the divine tribe? Zilin asked through telepathy. She was about to break through to the half-step empty god realm, but was interrupted by the empty gods of the divine tribe. It's difficult. Yi Chen-fong shook his head and said, "It's not easy to kill an empty god. However, I think the North Chiu heavenly sect is done for. All right, don't regret it. The origin of the demon tribe is hidden near the Demon Sea City. As long as we find it, we'll definitely help you break through to the half-step empty god realm." Really? Lin's eyes lit up. Let's go. We'll enter the city and find out where the origin of the demon tribe is. With the previous example, Yi Chen-fong was prepared to seal off all information after finding the origin of the demon tribe. He would then devour the origin of the demon tribe and step into the half-step empty god realm. War Demon, do you know anything about this place? Yi Chen-fong had limited knowledge of the demon tribe. He summoned the War Demon in a secluded place. This is the Demon Sea City, a big city in the demon tribe. I've been here a few times, the War Demon said. Do you know where the origin of the demon tribe is hidden in the Demon Sea City? Yi Chen-fong asked. I don't know. I didn't know that the origin of the demon tribe was hidden nearby. The War Demon shook his head and said, However, if the origin of the demon tribe is nearby, it must be hidden in the Demon Sea. That's the best place to hide. Just as I thought, the origin of the demon tribe should be hidden in the Demon Sea. However, it's not easy to find it. The Demon Sea was too big, and the origin of the demon tribe was very important to them. They would definitely try their best to hide it. If they could not determine the exact location of the origin, it would be too difficult to find it slowly. Let's go. We'll take a stroll in the city and look for some ancient books about the history of Demon Sea City. Maybe we'll have some unexpected gains. After saying that, Yi Chen-feng's group of 3 walked into the city. After asking around, they arrived at the biggest antique shop in the Devil Sea City, intending to rent ancient books. However, there weren't many ancient books in the antique shop. Yi Chen-feng and the other 2 couldn't find anything even after browsing for an entire afternoon. Just as Yi Chen-feng and the other 2 were about to leave regretfully, they unexpectedly found out from the shop owner that the Situ family's old master loved to collect ancient books. There were more than 100,000 ancient books in his house. However, old Master Situ had recently contracted a strange illness and was on the verge of death. If he could save old Master Situ's life, he would have the opportunity to see the ancient books that he had collected. Let's go to the Situ family estate. After finding out the location of the Situ family, Yi Chen-feng and the other 2 concealed their auras and immediately headed to the Situ family to treat the Situ family patriarch. Stop! This is the Situ family estate. Outsiders are not allowed to come near. When Yi Chen-feng and the other 2 arrived outside the Situ family estate, a guard in black armor who was guarding the gate cautiously and conscientiously berated them. We are here to treat old Master Situ's injuries, Yi Chen-feng said indifferently with his hands behind his back. You are doctors? The black-armored guard sized up Yi Chen-feng and the other 2 and asked in a low voice. Yes. Yi Chen-feng nodded and said, Then do you have a doctor's badge? How many stars are you? The black-armored guard's sharp gaze softened a lot. I am a 9-star doctor, Yi Chen-feng said casually. 9-star doctor. The 4 black-armored guards' gazes instantly changed. A 9-star doctor was the highest-ranking doctor in the Void God world. They were rarely seen, and their status was even higher. With the Situ family's influence, it was impossible to invite them. All right, don't waste time. Quickly let us in, Yi Chen-feng said impatiently. But what buts? If you continue to obstruct us and delay the treatment of the old master, I will hold you responsible. Yi Chin Fong showed his domineering side. Yes, yes. Please come in. The four black-armored guards quickly communicated with each other through voice transmission. They did not dare to obstruct Yi Chin Fong and the other two anymore and invited them into the Situ family estate. What a strong smell of holy grass! After entering the Situ family estate, Yi Chin Fong immediately smelled the strong smell of holy grass in the air. Under the guidance of a black-armored guard, Yi Chin Fong and the other two arrived at the main hall. They saw 6 old men in doctor's robes with badges pinned to their chests. They were discussing the illness with a middle-aged man in a black robe. Family head, this self-proclaimed 9-star doctor, is here to treat the old master. The black-armored guard stepped forward and reported, respectfully, "What, a 9-star doctor?" After hearing the black-armored guard's report, everyone's eyes were cast on Yi Chin Fong. Looking at his young face, they all revealed a questioning look. "Do you have a 9-star doctor's badge?" An old man in a white doctor's robe with a long white beard and a 6-star doctor's badge pinned to his chest sized up Yi Chin Fong and asked, "Yes, but I didn't bring it with me." Yi Chin Fong said calmly, "Nonsense. If you are a 9-star doctor, how could you not bring your badge with you?" The 6-star doctor's face darkened as he scolded loudly. "That's right. Elder who is right. These 3 are obviously liars. Family head Situ, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take the 3 of them down." The doctors, who thought they were extraordinary, scolded loudly. "Humph! Only frogs at the bottom of a well, like you would always wear your doctor's badge." Yi Chin Fong snorted coldly and said, sarcastically, "Presumptuous! How dare you mock us?" Elder Hu and the others said angrily, "Why, do you think I'm wrong?" Yi Chin Fong said without backing down, "Then let me ask you, since the Situ family invited you here to treat the old family head, how confident are you that you can pull him back from the gates of hell?" Upon hearing Yi Chin Fong's question, Elder Hu and the others fell silent. "A bunch of trash!" Yi Chin Fong reprimanded them without holding back. "Since you don't have the confidence to pull the old family head out of the gates of hell, why are you still here? Are you trying to cheat me? Don't you dare slander us." Elder Hu glared at Yi Chin Fong and said, "How confident are you that you can cure the old family head?" 100%, Yi Chin Fong said confidently. T. How dare you say 100% when you haven't even seen him? I think you're here to make trouble. Elder, who did not believe Yi Chin Fong's words at all, and scolded loudly. "Why don't we make a bet? If I can cure the old family head, the 6 of you will kowtow to me 10 times. How about that? If I can't cure him, you can do whatever you want with him," Yi Chin Fong said intentionally. "All right, we'll bet with you," Elder Hu and the others said in unison. The Situ family head's face turned gloomy as he looked at the people who used his father as a bet and did not take him seriously at all. If he did not have a favor to ask of them, he would not have been able to control the anger in his heart and would have killed them. The Situ family head looked at Yi Chin Fong, who had a calm expression, and asked in a low voice, "Are you really confident that you can cure my father?" "Take me to him. There's no one in this world that I can't cure," Yi Chin Fong said arrogantly. "All right, if you can really cure my father, I'll definitely reward you generously. However, if there's an accident, don't blame me for being rude." The old family head's life was hanging by a thread, and the doctors he hired were helpless. In addition, Yi Chin Fong was arrogant. In desperation, the Situ family head could only try his best and decided to let Yi Chin Fong give it a try. "Let's go. Take me to him," Yi Chin Fong said faintly. "By the way, keep an eye on the 6 of them. Don't let them run away." Chapter 2009. All right, Situ clan head, leave your father to us. I promise to return you a healthy father, Yi Chin Fong said nonchalantly as he looked at the dying Situ clan head from afar. "Are you really that confident?" The Situ clan had increasingly felt that Yi Chinfeng was a liar. Ordinary doctors would only dare to boast after a thorough examination. They would never dare to speak like Yi Chinfeng just by looking. Situ clan head, if you don't believe me, you can wait outside. You'll know in a while. Yi Chinfeng said with a nod. All right, then I'll leave everything to you. After some hesitation, the Situ clan head chose to believe Yi Chinfeng and waited outside the house. War demon, guard this place well. Without my permission, no one is to disturb me. Yi Chinfeng instructed and activated the soundproof restriction. He walked over to the unconscious Situ clan head, who had one foot in the grave. He controlled the God-Eater brain to quickly deduce and examine the Situ clan head's body. Your body is fine. Yi Chinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to examine the Situ clan head's body carefully. He was surprised to find that there was nothing wrong with the Situ clan head's body. Could the problem be from the soul? After pondering for a while, Yi Chinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to penetrate the Situ clan head soul sea. Although it was difficult to explore the soul, Yi Chinfeng could still vaguely sense the problem with the God-Eater brain senses. This is the soul goo. After the God-Eater brain senses, Yi Chinfeng discovered that there was an almost extinct soul goo hidden in the Situ clan head soul sea. So, you're the culprit. After discovering the culprit, Yi Chinfeng immediately thought of a way to get the soul goo out of the Situ clan head soul sea. The soul goo's child brain. After pondering for a while, Yi Chinfeng took out the last child brain and entered the Situ clan head soul sea through his 7 orifices. He attacked the soul goo hidden in the depths of the Situ clan head soul. Sensing the danger in Soul Devourer's head, the soul goo that had devoured a large amount of life force and souls immediately became restless and wanted to escape. However, the brain devourer was its nemesis. It completely sealed off its path of retreat, leaving it nowhere to hide. In the end, it was devoured by the brain devourer. Collect. With a thought, Yi Chinfeng took away the soul devourer's brain from old clan leader Situ's soul sea, obtaining this extremely precious soul goo that could directly attack one's soul. Pearl of life, restore. After eliminating the hidden danger, Yi Chinfeng summoned the spiritual pearl of life and embedded it in the Situ clan master's forehead. A large amount of life force poured down, restoring the Situ clan master's weakened vitality and body. Your method of recovering life force is too slow. Leave it to me. Zilin, who was standing guard at the side, said bravely. All right. Yi Chinfeng knew that Zilin had many shocking methods. He nodded and put away the bead of life. He stood to the side and watched in silence as Zilin treated him. But in the next moment, Yi Chinfeng's expression became somewhat unnatural. He realized that Zilin had taken off the Situ clan master's pants. Zilin, don't tell me you're interested in the old man too? If you are, we can leave for a while. Yi Chinfeng's eyelids twitched violently as he said somewhat speechlessly, You're the one who's interested in the old man. I'm preparing to stimulate his potential and awaken his vitality. Zilin rolled her eyes at Yi Chinfeng. Then she took out thin and long silver needles and pierced them into the Situ clan master's manhood. Seeing that Zilin had pierced the Situ clan master's lower body into a cactus, Yi Chinfeng showed a sympathetic expression. Then Zilin took out a porcelain bottle and poured out a large amount of pink spiritual liquid. She dripped it onto the thin and long silver needles and let it flow along the silver needles into the Situ clan master's body. Spring. Medicine. Yi Chinfeng's eyes were extremely sharp. He could tell at a glance that the pink spiritual liquid was an aphrodisiac. He immediately thought of the 7 ultimate patriarch. Back then, he had also used this method to awaken the declining vitality of the 7 ultimate patriarch. After a while, the Situ clan master's body heated up and he woke up from his coma. You. Who are you? What are you doing? The moment the Situ clan master opened his eyes. A raging fire ignited in his heart. He saw an old man groping around his crotch, and his manhood had been pierced into a cactus. He immediately felt his scalp go numb, and he roared angrily. "What are you shouting for? Are you trying to scare me to death?" Lin raised her head and glared at the Situ clan master. She said, "I'm treating you." As he spoke, he touched the Situ clan master left and right. The Situ clan master had goosebumps all over his body and was on the verge of going crazy. "Stop! Stop it! Stop it!" The Situ clan master had never been humiliated like this before. He was being taken advantage of by an old man and had even fused with a large amount of aphrodisiac. The aphrodisiac caused his entire body to heat up, and he was on the verge of collapse. "Don't worry. It'll be fine in a while." Lin released a powerful ancestral power to suppress the Situ clan master, who was going crazy. She continued to use her own method to stimulate his vitality. Forget it! Forget it! Unable to break free from Lin's suppression, the Situ clan master was in despair. He could only refine the aphrodisiac in his body with all his might. Aphrodisiac. However, as Lin's actions became more and more excessive, 2 lines of tears of humiliation flowed out from the corners of his eyes. "All right, it's about time." Lin suddenly turned around and slapped the Situ clan master's buttocks hard, leaving a bright red palm print and sending the silver needles flying. Without the suppression, the Situ clan master, who was on the verge of collapse, immediately sat up. He wished he could strangle Lin, who had humiliated him in every possible way, to death. Hey, what's with the look in your eyes? Is that how you look at your savior?" Lin said with some dissatisfaction. "You're not a young man or a young lady. What's there to be shy about? Do you really think I'm willing to touch you? Once I touch you, I'll peel off a layer of skin." Seeing that the Situ clan master was so infuriated by Lin that he vomited blood, Yi Chen-feng shook his head and turned off the soundproof restriction. He opened the door and called the Situ clan master, who was guarding outside, in. "Fortunately, I didn't let you down. The Situ clan master is fine now," Yi Chen-feng said indifferently. "It's true." The Situ clan master was overjoyed. He quickly walked in and came to the side of the Situ clan master, whose face was ashen and body was trembling. "Father, you're really fine now." Sensing that the Situ clan master's weak flame of life was getting stronger and his shriveled body was recovering its color, the Situ clan master let out a long sigh of relief and said excitedly, "I'm basically fine now." Although Lin's treatment method made him suffer endless humiliation, the Situ clan master, who had calmed down, could no longer be angry. He wanted to keep the secret just now. Otherwise, if word got out, he would be too ashamed to continue living. The Situ clan master let out a long sigh of relief and thanked them from the bottom of his heart. He no longer suspected Yi Chen-feng and the other 2. "That's great. Thank you for saving me. Situ clan master, there's something I need to remind you of. Be careful of your enemies, especially those who are proficient in witchcraft." Yi Chen-feng said indifferently. "Doctor, you mean I found the soul goo in the old clan master's soul seat earlier?" Yi Chen-feng said, "As far as I know, the soul goo has been extinct for a long time. Very few people have the soul goo. If the Situ clan master wants to find the culprit, you can start from there." "Soul goo!" The Situ clan master and the other 2's expressions changed immediately. "Thank you for telling me, doctor." The Situ clan master said gratefully, "I wonder what the 3 of you are looking for. As long as the Situ clan can provide it, I'll definitely give it to the 3 of you. There's no need for that. We're just here to look at the ancient books that the old clan master has collected over the years," Yi Chen-feng said while shaking his head. "Ancient books?" The Situ clan master was surprised. "That's right. I want to look for some information. I heard that the old clan master has collected more than 100,000 ancient books, so I wanted to take a look." Chapter 2010. Oh, they gave up so quickly. So what if they don't give up? Do they really think that they are 9-star doctors? Looking at Yi Qin-feng and the other two, who had returned to the main hall in less than 2 hours, Elder Hu and the others did not believe that they had cured the Situ family head so quickly. They began to mock and ridicule him. I'm sorry to disappoint you. The Situ family head is fine now. Just wait to kowtow to me 10 times. Yi Qin-feng sat quietly in an armchair and poured himself a cup of spirit tea. He took a sip and said, Don't worry about it. Haha, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? The respected elder who laughed and said, If you can cure the Situ family head, Before Elder who could finish his words, he saw 2 familiar figures slowly walking in. His mocking words were stuck in his throat. His old face flushed red, and he was dumbfounded. What about me? If I can cure the Situ family head, what will you do? Yi Qin-feng put down the teacup in his hand and said with a faint smile, Situ family head, he really cured you. The doctors with extraordinary skills widened their eyes and said in disbelief. One had to know that the 6 of them had tried everything they could think of, but were still unable to cure the Situ family head. Yet, Yi Qin-feng had only used less than 2 hours to cure him. Could he really be a 9-star doctor? The 6 doctors had an incredible thought in their minds. Yes, the 3 doctors have amazing skills. They cured I. The Situ family head nodded and said. However, when he thought of the treatment process, the corners of his eyes could not help but twitch wildly. The unbearable memories were driving him crazy. He wanted to cut Zilin into 1,000 pieces. Now, shouldn't a few of you fulfill your promise and kowtow to me? Yi Qin-feng looked at the 6 doctors who were dumbfounded and said, This, making them kneel and kowtow was worse than killing them. However, it was impossible for them to deny it in front of everyone. In addition, Yi Qin-feng was a little strange, so they were at a loss. What? You want to go back on your word? Yi Qin-feng sneered. Do you know the consequences of going back on your word? So it's all our fault. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended your excellency. Can your excellency be magnanimous and spare us? We promise that in the future, wherever your excellency appears, we will retreat. A white-haired doctor with a ruddy complexion admitted defeat. What if I don't agree? Yi Qin-feng slowly sipped his tea. Although your medical skills are superb, the 6 of us are not ordinary people. I hope you don't force us otherwise. Before Old, who could finish his threat, the war devil suddenly appeared next to him. Before he could react, the war devil stomped on his ankle. More than 100 billion pounds of strength crushed his ankle and knocked him to the ground. Then, the war demon took another step and stomped on Elder Hu's legs. The terrifying power directly broke his legs. The immense pain almost made Elder Hu faint. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. If you want to go back on your word, don't blame us for being impolite. Yi Qin-feng glanced at Old Hu, who was hugging his legs and groaning in pain. He showed his overbearing side and coldly warned them. Okay, we'll kneel. Looking at Old Hu's miserable condition and the war devil's cruel means, the 5 doctors who had studied medicine all their lives were frightened. They obediently kneeled on the ground and kowtowed 10 times. Then they took Old Hu, who was twitching all over, and ran away in panic. Let's go to the library. After teaching the 6 people who looked down on him a lesson, Yi Qin-feng went to the Situ family's library. He, Zilin, and the war devil were reading more than 100,000 ancient books in the library, looking for the possible location of the demon clan's inheritance. Although Yi Qin-feng and the other 2 had powerful soul powers, there were too many ancient books in the library. The 3 of them spent a whole day, but they still couldn't finish reading them. Father, what do you think the 3 of them are? Did they really save you just to read the books? The Situ family's head shook his head and asked confusedly, looking at the 3 people who were quickly flipping through the ancient books in the library. I can't see through them. I hope they don't have any evil intentions toward the Sidhu family. Otherwise, if we want to deal with them, we will have to pay a big price. Thinking about what Zilin had done, the Sidhu family's head was a little mad. However, Yi Chin-fong and the other two were too mysterious. He didn't dare to act rashly. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. After 3 days of searching, Yi Chin-fong and the other two had flipped through more than 100,000 ancient books. Through analysis and deliberation, they determined the 3 most dangerous places in the demon clan's inheritance. Only those places could hide the demon clan's inheritance better and not be discovered by outsiders. Let's go. We'll go to the 3 most dangerous places and try our luck. If the demon clan's inheritance isn't in those 3 dangerous places, we'll think of other ways. After confirming their targets, Yi Chin-fong and the other two left the library. They were ready to leave the Sidhu family and head directly to the Demon Sea to search for the 3 most dangerous places. The 3 of you, why don't you stay for a few more days so that we can play host to you? When the Sidhu family's head saw Yi Chin-fong and the other 2 leaving, he tried to persuade them to stay. No need. We still have other matters to attend to. We won't stay here any longer. Yi Chin-fong shook his head and left with Zilin and the War Devil. Quickly inform Elder who that the 3 of them have left. Thinking about what Zilin had done to him, the Sidhu family's head revealed a strong murderous intent in his eyes as he instructed in a low voice. Yes. The Sidhu family's head nodded. He took out his communication pearl and told Elder who the whereabouts of Yi Chin-fong and the other 2, completely ignoring Yi Chin-fing's kindness. After leaving the Sidhu family's residence, Yi Chin-fong and the other 2 immediately went to the seaside and prepared to enter the Demon Sea. Suddenly, Yi Chin-fing's powerful soul perception sensed that there were more than 10 powerful demon clan experts hiding in the Demon Sea. Moreover, near the beach, Yi Chin-fong also sensed Elder Hu's aura. How dare you? How dare you ambush me? Yi Chin-fing's pupils shrank as murderous intent shot out from his deep eyes. Since you don't know what's good for you, let me send you to hell. The soul strength in Yi Chin-fing's mind instantly exploded, forming a terrifying dizziness. It blasted into the soul seas of the demon clan experts who were lying in ambush in the Demon Sea. The terrifying dizziness instantly tore their souls apart and killed them. When you attack later, don't show any mercy. I want the 3 of them dead. Elder Hu had lost all his face, revealed a ferocious expression as he transmitted his instructions. However, as soon as his voice fell, several black-clothed men standing beside him suddenly bled from their 7 orifices. They fell limply to the ground and died. Looking at the scene in front of him, Elder Hu was stunned as his mind went blank. Immediately after, he felt a surge of soul strength that was beyond his imagination blasted into his soul sea. It tore his soul apart and killed him. After killing Elder Hu and the others, Yi Chin-fong flicked his finger. 2 extremely sharp sword lights pierced through the sky and flew towards the Sidhu family's residence at an extremely fast speed. TSK! TSK! The light shield that shrouded the Sidhu family's residence was shattered. The Sidhu family's head and son, who were drinking tea in the main hall, narrowed their eyes when they saw the 2 light swords flying towards them. Before they could react, the 2 light swords pierced through their heads, killing them instantly. Let's go. Let's go to the Demon Sea. Chapter 2011. The 10,000 Demons Gorge was a long and narrow strait in the Devil's Sea. Tens of thousands of terrifying demon beasts lived in the strait. Even if an ordinary ancestor entered the 10,000 Demons Gorge, it would be difficult for them to survive. According to the ancient records, the strait in front should be the 10,000 Demons Gorge. Yi Chin-fing's group of 3 quickly traveled through the Devil's Sea for several hours before arriving at a huge strait. They discovered that there were a large number of demon beasts living in the strait. Let's split up and search the 10,000 Demons Gorge as soon as possible. Although the 10,000 Demons Gorge was extremely dangerous and was a forbidden zone for life, it was not dangerous at all to Yi Qinfeng and the rest. Yi Qinfeng summoned Shen Daoxiu and the rest and entered the 10,000 Demons Gorge separately. They quickly searched the 10,000 Demons Gorge for the origin of the demon race. Ao. The intrusion of Yi Qinfeng and the rest alarmed the demon beasts in the 10,000 Demons Gorge. A large number of demon beasts appeared and opened their bloody mouths to bite them. Cosmos, sword formation. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Cosmos sword formation. It revolved around his body and crazily harvested the demon beasts in the sea. He controlled the God-Eater brain to quickly deduce and search for the origin of the demon race. However, Yi Qinfeng and the rest spent nearly 7 days searching the 10,000 Demons Gorge that extended for who knows how many seas, but they still did not find the origin of the demon race. Let's go to the White Bone Trench. After confirming that the origin of the demon race was not in the 10,000 Demons Gorge, Yi Qinfeng did not stop. He teleported everyone to the universe realm and headed to the White Bone Trench alone. The White Bone Trench was an even more terrifying forbidden zone for life in the Devil Sea. The trench was covered with a large number of white bones. These white bones were of the human race, demon race, and heaven race. No one knew how the White Bone Trench was formed. However, because the White Bone Trench was filled with strangeness, it was difficult for anyone who entered to come out alive. Furthermore, there were no opportunities in the White Bone Trench. Over time, no one stepped into the White Bone Trench. What a strange power! When Yi Qinfeng arrived outside of the White Bone Trench at an extremely fast speed, the God-Eater brain felt a strange power in the White Bone Trench. When ordinary people were affected by this power, it was very easy for them to lose themselves. This White Bone Trench might really be hiding the origin of the demons. Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he directly entered the White Bones Trench. He ignored the erosion of the strange power and swam to the bottom of the White Bones Trench. So many bones. Yi Qinfeng dove for more than 10,000 meters and arrived at the bottom of the White Bone Trench. He saw many severely corroded skeletons. Some of these bones were hundreds of meters long. Some were as big as small hills, and some were sparkling and translucent, like gemstones. Just as Yi Qinfeng was floating in the cold sea and staring at these white bones, the strange power that kept attacking his brain suddenly intensified and crazily surged into his soul sea. The next moment, the bottom of the White Bone Trench was in chaos. Gusts of black wind blew out of the thick piles of bones and swept toward Yi Qinfeng. The power of the restriction. Facing the double attack of the strange power and the black wind, Yi Qinfeng floated above the trench and didn't move. He controlled the God-Eater brain to rapidly deduce through the thick piles of bones. Under the God-Eater brain's deduction, Yi Qinfeng felt the power of the restriction. It seems like the origin of the demons is really in this White Bone Trench. After discovering the power of the restriction, Yi Qinfeng revealed a delighted expression. His body flashed and was about to break through the piles of bones and enter the restriction at the bottom of the sea. Ka. Suddenly, the piles of bones that were piled up for God knows how long surged with a strange power. A large number of bones quickly fused and formed a bone dragon that was thousands of meters long. It was shining with white bone light. It opened its mouth and roared at Yi Qinfeng. This is the ghost race's ability. Seeing the bone dragon that suddenly formed in front of him, Yi Qinfeng frowned. He directly tore apart the black wind that was sweeping him and attacked the ghost dragon. Break! Yi Qinfeng punched out and met the roaring bone dragon that was spewing out surging death aura. Boom! The unstoppable punch shattered the surging death aura and hit the bone dragon's ferocious head. Immediately after, a force of more than 1 trillion gene erupted and smashed the dragon's head. It also shattered the dragon's body that was thousands of meters long. Tyrannical kick. After shattering the bone dragon with one punch, Yi Qinfeng immediately stomped his foot on the thick pile of bones. The terrifying footprint seemed to be able to cut through the long river and crush the nine hells. It directly created a bottomless black hole in the pile of bones within a radius of several miles. Who are you? Why have you come to this ancestor's resting place and disturbed this ancestor's slumber? As the entire pile of bones trembled violently, an angry and old voice rang out. A tall and sturdy man with a height of 3 zhang, wearing white bone armor, hollow eyes, and a white bone crown sat up from the pile of white bones. The dim light in his hollow eyes locked onto Yi Qinfeng as he spoke with a hoarse voice. Humph, a wandering ghost has no need to know my identity. Although this bone man had reached the realm of a 5-star ghost ancestor, to Yi Qinfeng he posed no threat at all. His body flickered, turning into an afterimage as he tore apart the black wind that was attacking him. He quickly appeared in front of the 5-star ghost ancestor and punched out. With this punch, space shattered. The fist that shattered the void caused the 5-star ghost ancestor to feel a strong sense of danger. He immediately mobilized his powerful bones to form a massive white bone shield in front of him. Although the bone shield formed by the 5-star ghost ancestor was several hundred meters thick, it still could not block Yi Qinfeng's fist. In an instant, the white bone shield was shattered by Yi Qinfeng's punch. The terrifying fist power caused the void to tremble and the bone man to retreat again and again. Peak Ancestor Realm. Feeling the power of Yi Qinfeng's punch, the 5-star ghost ancestor's face suddenly changed. This ancestor has no grievance with you. Why have you come to the place where this ancestor is sleeping to make trouble? The 5-star ghost ancestor no longer had the arrogance he had just displayed, and his tone was clearly weaker. You and I indeed have no grievance, but unfortunately you should not be guarding the origin of the demon race, Yi Qinfeng said deliberately. As soon as Yi Qinfeng's voice fell, the 5-star ghost ancestor's face suddenly changed. Catching this change in expression, Yi Qinfeng was basically certain that the demon race's origin was hidden in the white bone trench. Die. After locking onto his target, Yi Qinfeng did not delay any longer and slashed at the 5-star ghost ancestor with the terrifying power of the universe sword array. Yi Qinfeng's strength far surpassed the 5-star ghost ancestors, so under his all-out attack, the 5-star ghost ancestor's offensive was instantly suppressed and his body was riddled with holes by the universe sword array. Die. After instantly injuring the 5-star ghost ancestor, Yi Qinfeng controlled the Cosmos sword formation and quickly fused them together, turning them into an incomparably huge Cosmos sword. With one slash, the Cosmos sword split open the ice-cold seawater and slashed towards the screaming 5-star ghost ancestor. Chi! The terrifying universe sword easily broke through the 5-star ghost ancestor's body's defenses and cut him in half, instantly shattering his 10-meter-tall bone body. After killing the 5-star ghost ancestor with a single sword strike, Yi Qinfeng did not delay and directly dove into the bottomless pit created by the divine ability Tyrant's Foot, arriving at the pile of bones where he was blocked by a powerful space seal. Space-devouring insect, it's up to you. Yi Qinfeng summoned the space-devouring insect and had it quickly devour the space-devouring insect. Chapter 2012. Indeed, the origin of the demonic tribe is hidden here. After entering the seal, Yi Qinfeng felt a powerful origin energy. Ancient trees that were hundreds of feet tall grew here, exuding a powerful spirituality. Empty God! When Yi Qinfeng floated above the origin of the demonic tribe, he immediately felt a powerful soul power locking onto him. Who are you? Why are you trespassing here? A deep voice resounded in Yi Qinfeng's ears. The voice was so loud that it hurt Yi Qinfeng's eardrums. Would you believe me if I said that I accidentally trespassed here? Yi Chen-fong smiled faintly. Humph, no matter what you are here for, you have to die. The demonic tribe empty god who was guarding the origin of the demonic tribe snorted coldly. A large number of black chains broke out of the origin of the demonic tribe. They were like swimming dragons, sealing the heavens and earth. The terrifying aura made Yi Chen-fong feel suffocated. Peak low-level empty god. Yi Chen-fong felt that the aura released by the demonic tribe empty god was more than 10 times stronger than empty gods and ancient gods. He guessed that the demonic tribe empty god should be a peak low-level empty god. Die. Under the control of the demonic tribe empty god, a large number of black chains attacked Yi Chen-fong. He wanted to kill Yi Chen-fong, who had trespassed into the origin of the demonic tribe. Hong Meng bloodline burn, God's heart merge. At this critical moment, Yi Chen-fong raised his ability to the pinnacle of half-step virtual god. He summoned the divine sword glutton and attacked with all his might. Streaks of sharp sword gleams were intertwined, cutting through all obstacles and shattering the black chains that were attacking him. Empty God artifact. You have an empty God artifact. Sensing the level of the divine sword swallowing sky, the demonic tribe empty god was shocked. He was shocked that Yi Chen-fong, who was only ancestor realm, could control an empty god artifact. The number of empty god artifacts in the empty god realm was far less than the number of empty gods. Many intermediate empty gods did not have an empty god artifact. I was wondering why you dared to barge into this place. It turns out that you have such a trump card. However, the Void God artifact alone won't be able to save you. You are destined to die here. A crack appeared in the pitch-black demonic origin source. A demonic faux god with a pair of blood-red eyes appeared, shrouded in black light. He spoke with a murderous intent. Really? Yi Chen-fong sneered and summoned the 3 virtual god almighties. Evil God, Empty God Tao, and Ancient God Eternal God from the universe realm. He was prepared to suppress the virtual god of the devil tribe with all his might to prevent him from reporting for help. 3 virtual gods. Looking at the 3 virtual gods who had suddenly appeared, the virtual god of the devil tribe revealed a solemn expression. Especially when he looked at the evil god, he felt a strong sense of danger from him. Nine Nether, do you still recognize this god? Back then, the evil god was very close to the heavenly race and the demon race. He knew many faux gods of the heavenly race and the demon race. He looked at the faux gods of the demon race, shrouded in black light, and said coldly, "You are the evil god." Hearing the familiar voice of the demon god and looking at his vaguely familiar face, the virtual god of 9 serenities suddenly recalled his identity and exclaimed, "Weren't you suppressed by the Protoss with a virtual god weapon? Could it be that you've escaped?" "That's right, this god has escaped." The evil god nodded. His thunderous voice shook the space around him. "Evil god, since you've escaped, why are you helping outsiders against the demon race? You should know that the heavenly race, the demon race, and the evil race were in the same camp back then. What you're doing is equivalent to betraying both of our races." Recalling that the evil god had an immortal body and that he was suspected to have broken through to mid-level virtual god after escaping, the virtual god of 9 Nether's expression became even more solemn. "So what if I've betrayed you? I've been suppressed for countless years, and neither of your races came to rescue me." The evil god said ruthlessly, "All right, let's not talk nonsense with him. Let's end this quickly and get rid of him first." As he spoke, Yi Chen-fong integrated his Chaos Dharma and forcefully raised his ability to the peak of low-level virtual god. Together with the other 3 virtual gods, he launched a ferocious attack on the virtual god of 9 Nether. Although the virtual god of 9 Nether's ability was terrifying, and he was 1 step away from mid-level virtual god, he could not withstand the ferocious attacks of Yi Chen-fong and the other 3 at all. His demonic territory was broken by the evil god's hand. Boom! There was a loud noise. The evil god's hand, condensed by the evil god imprinted on the virtual god of 9 Nethers, chest violently. The powerful evil god's power broke through his body's defense and blasted into his body, sending him flying. Divine sword sky-devouring, slash! The virtual god of Nine Nether was sent flying by the evil god. Yi Qinfeng instantly activated his invincible sword body and integrated it with the divine sword sky-devouring. He slashed at the virtual god of Nine Nether. The slash tore the entire space into two halves. The terrifying sword power seemed to be able to split a realm. With an invincible stance, it slashed at the virtual god of Nine Nether, who was holding a pseudo-virtual god weapon long spear and defending with all his might. Boom! 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 The virtual god of Nine Nether's arms were immediately injured after receiving Yi Qinfeng's attack. The terrifying rebounding force passed through the pseudo-virtual god weapon long spear and into the virtual god of Nine Nether's body. It continued to injure his body and aggravated his injuries. Demonic origin, integrate with my body. As his injuries worsened, the virtual god of Nine Nether immediately integrated with the demonic origin to heal his injuries rapidly. He increased his abilities and fought against Yi Qinfeng and the other three with all his might. Middle stage virtual god. Sensing that the virtual god of Nine Nether had integrated with a large amount of demonic origin and had stepped into the middle stage virtual god level, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the two primitive embryos of Taoism and let them enter the demonic origin to forcefully seal it. However, the demonic origin contained much more energy than the ancestral lands of ordinary forces. The two primitive embryos of Taoism could not seal it at all. Yi Qinfeng had no choice but to summon the War Devil, Felling Ancestor, Grim Reaper, and the rest. He then inserted the universal sword into the demonic origin to forcefully suppress the demonic origin. Another great virtual god weapon. The virtual god of Nine Nether could not help but raise his eyebrows as he looked at the universal sword that was releasing universal chi and continuously destroying the demonic origin. Who is this person? Why does he have two great virtual god weapons and so many virtual gods and half-step virtual gods guarding him? Yi Qinfeng's techniques and foundation had broken the virtual god of Nine Nether's knowledge again and again. It made him feel that Yi Qinfeng was not simple. However, after witnessing Yi Qinfeng's techniques and foundation, he was even more determined to kill Yi Qinfeng. If he could kill Yi Qinfeng and obtain the treasures in his possession, the virtual god of Nine Nether felt that he might be able to step into peak virtual god level. God's territory destroy. While the virtual god of Nine Nether was distracted, the virtual god of Nine Nether and god of eternity opened their powerful god's territories and controlled them to attack the virtual god of Nine Nether. Boom! 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 Two deafening explosions were heard. The virtual god of Nine Nether, who had integrated a large amount of demonic origin power and stepped into mid-level virtual god level, was sent flying hundreds of meters away by the two gods' territories. Streams of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Godless sword. The virtual god of Nine Nether was injured. Yi Qinfeng instantly deduced the 4 ancestor-level Dao diagrams to the extreme. He integrated them with his ancestor-level sword soul and stabbed the virtual god of Nine Nether with a divine sword devourer in his hand. He wanted to severely injure the virtual god of Nine Nether in one go. Human Junior, you can't kill me. Follow me to Nine Nether obediently. All of a sudden, Nine Nether summoned an extremely powerful treasure. It directly devoured Yi Qinfeng's sword that was attacking him. The next moment, the virtual god of Nine Nether summoned a dark gold talisman crystal. Chapter 2013. 9 Demon Gods Avatar. Xin Daoxiu and the others immediately recognized the tall figure as the avatar of the demon clan's patriarch, Nine Demon God. Clan leader Nine Demon, I'll leave them to you. I'll go kill that human brat. Although it was only one of 9 demon gods' avatars in the demon clan's origin, this avatar could continuously fuse with the power of demon origin. It was practically immortal. All right, leave them to me. The avatar of the 9 demonic gods let out a terrifying voice. He stood quietly in midair, immediately causing the entire space to tremble. It was as if the space could not withstand the pressure of his avatar and could shatter at any time. Humph! If you were 9 demon gods' true body, we would be a little afraid of you. But you think you can stop us with just an avatar? The evil god snorted coldly. With a monstrous evil aura, he launched a ferocious attack on 9 demon gods' avatar. The evil god attacked with all his might. Shin Daoxiu and Shen Hinggu did not hesitate either. They all raised their attack power to the maximum. With 2 supreme-grade ancestral artifacts in their hands, they continuously unleashed shocking killing moves to attack 9 demon gods' avatar. Boom! 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 In order to rescue Yi Chenfeng, the 3 unleashed ferocious attacks. The terrifying attacks instantly suppressed 9 demon gods' avatar and severely injured him. However, as a large amount of demon origin fused with 9 demon gods' avatar, his injuries rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He resisted the attacks of the 3 avatars. While the 9 demon gods' avatars were fighting against the 3 evil gods with all their might, the virtual god of 9 Gloom entered the spatial treasure, 9 Gloom. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill Yi Chenfeng and seize the treasures in his possession. Human brat, die obediently. Void god, 9 Gloom roared. Terrifying divine power gushed out of his body and turned into rolling waves. It wildly fused into the pseudo-void god spear in his hand and attacked Yi Chenfeng. We don't know who will die yet. Although the combat strength of the virtual god of the abyss was above his, there was not a trace of fear on Yi Chenfeng's face. He held the divine sword devourer in his hand and fought fiercely with the virtual god of the abyss in the abyss. 9 underworlds, power, exterminate. When the virtual god of 9 Gloom attacked Yi Chenfeng with all his might, he kept controlling the 9 Gloom power to transform it into the 9 Gloom spear, piercing through Yi Chenfeng's body and draining his energy. Sword domain, destroy. Yi Chenfeng immediately opened up his sword domain when he was attacked by a large number of 9 Serenity spears. Over 10,000 divine swords revolved around him, blocking the attacks of the 9 Serenity spears with all his might. Ancestral art of slaughter, slaughter halo. The power of 9 Serenities was suppressed by Yi Chenfeng's sword territory. The virtual god of 9 Serenities immediately performed the supreme, divine ability of the Devil Tribe. In an instant, 9 killing halos were formed, increasing the attack power by 9 times. Virtual god Netherworld's combat strength was already above Yi Chenfeng's. Now that his attack power had been increased by 9 times, he posed a fatal threat to Yi Chenfeng. His ferocious attacks continued to suppress Yi Chenfeng's attacks, shattering the sword territory and forcing Yi Chenfeng to retreat. Mu Linger, hurry, and come help me. With the 9 Serenities spear blocking Wentian's group and Void God Jin lay still recovering from his injuries, Yi Chenfeng could only summon Mu Linger from the Cosmos realm. Although Mu Linger's battle prowess wasn't strong, her skills were frightening. If used properly, she could create quite a bit of trouble for the virtual god of 9 Serenities. Linger, use everything you know to deal with him, quick! Yi Chenfeng shouted at Mu Linger when he couldn't stop the virtual god of 9 Serenities' tide-like attacks. All right, Mu Linger nodded. Her small, white hands moved quickly to mobilize the powerful spatial energy of nature to attack the virtual god of 9 Serenities. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Endless bolts of lightning, flames, boulders, ice, divine wood, and celestial light appeared around the virtual god of 9 Serenities, bombarding him with attacks. Although Mu Linger's attacks couldn't hurt the virtual god of 9 Serenities, they did distract him from attacking Yi Chenfeng with full force. Just as the enraged virtual god of 9 Serenities shattered the natural energy attacking him, Yi Chenfeng seized the chance to counterattack. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Endless primal chaos. 10,000 deities tribulation. Yi Qinfeng pushed the unrivaled sword body to its limits and turned his body into 10,000 swords. His left hand derived the endless primal chaos, while his right hand derived the 10,000 deities tribulation. At the same time, he used 3 supreme abilities to attack the virtual god of 9 serenities. When the 3 supreme divine abilities attacked, the divine spirit tower fell from the sky under the control of Yi Qinfeng's mind. It was like a towering mountain that smashed onto virtual god Jiu's body. Although the virtual god of 9 serenities' battle prowess was terrifying, he couldn't withstand the simultaneous attacks of the 3 supreme abilities and the divine spirit pagoda. Before the 3 supreme abilities, the virtual god of 9 serenities' body defenses were instantly shattered. His head was smashed by the divine spirit pagoda, causing him to feel dizzy for a moment. The way of equipment manipulation. Seizing the opportunity of the virtual god of 9 serenities' slow reaction, Yi Qinfeng used the way of equipment manipulation. He activated all the divine patterns in the divine sword devourer and slashed out a sword that was enough to destroy the stars. The terrifying sword On was like a startled swan that pierced through the sky. It pierced through the universe and slashed at the virtual god of 9 serenities' body, directly cutting off his shoulder and arm. Primal Chaos Dharma Idol, devour! After cutting off the virtual god of 9 serenities' shoulder, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the primal Chaos Dharma Idol. It extended a large number of 5-colored roots and instantly swallowed up the virtual god of 9 serenities' severed arm. No, what is this thing? The demons didn't have the undying blood in their bodies and didn't have the abnormal recovery power of the celestial race. Seeing the severed arm being devoured by the primal Chaos Dharma Idol, the virtual god of 9 serenities let out a terrified cry. After losing his right arm, the virtual god of 9 serenities' battle prowess was greatly reduced. The threat he posed to Yi Qinfeng was reduced to the lowest. Blood-bursting art. Just as the virtual god of 9 serenities was forcefully reforming his right arm, Mu Linger instantly condensed a mysterious light seal that melded into the virtual god of 9 serenities' body. Instantly, blood spurted out from the virtual god of 9 serenities' severed arm as the wound grew larger and larger. What kind of demonic art is this? The virtual god of 9 serenities used all his strength to seal the wound, only to find that his seal couldn't seal it. Blood kept flowing out. Divine sword swallows heaven. Slash! Seizing the virtual god of 9 serenities' moment of panic, Yi Qinfeng instantly merged with the divine sword swallows heaven and slashed at the virtual god of 9 serenities' body. Swish! A deep sword wound appeared on the virtual god of 9 serenities' body as large amounts of blood spurted out uncontrollably. Blood-bursting art. At this moment, Mu Linger condensed another light seal that melded into the virtual god of 9 serenities' body to speed up the blood spurting out. After using the blood-bursting art twice in a row, Mu Linger's little face turned pale and her body weakened. She was promptly transported by Yi Qinfeng to the universe realm to rest. 9 serenities, it's time to send you to hell. Having lost his right arm and excessive blood loss, the virtual god of 9 serenities' combat strength dropped by several levels. Seizing this rare opportunity, Yi Qinfeng continuously launched fierce attacks on him, worsening his body's injuries and weakening his combat strength. As his injuries worsened, the virtual god of 9 serenities didn't dare to stay in the 9 serenities for long and wanted to leave quickly. Want to escape? Isn't it too late? Yi Qinfeng laughed coldly. The evil slaughter, 1,000 flows flew out of his body and turned into an endless river of death, instantly trapping the heavily injured virtual god of 9 serenities inside. Next, the divine spirit pagoda descended from the sky and sealed off all escape routes for the virtual god of 9 serenities. Chaos Dharma Idol, devour! After trapping the heavily injured virtual god of 9 serenities, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the Chaos Dharma Idol and turned into the Chaos Divine would to attack the virtual god of 9 serenities. In the face of the 5 colored roots extended from the chaos divine wood, the severely injured virtual god of 9 gloom could not resist at all. The 5 colored roots broke into his broken body one after another, madly devouring the energy in his body. No, why is the chaos divine wood on you? Virtual gods were extremely difficult to kill, but the universe's #1 divine wood, the chaos divine wood, could easily kill them. Faced with the chaos divine wood's devouring, the virtual god of 9 serenities attacked wildly. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe, and he was suppressed by the evil slaughter thousand flows and the divine spirit pagoda, so he couldn't tear apart the 5 colored roots. Soon enough, his body began to wither, and his resistance grew weaker and weaker. In the end, he was devoured by the chaos divine wood and sucked dry, dying on the spot. Chapter 2014. 6 Chaos Divine Fruits with Complete Territory Intent. Yi Qinfeng smiled in satisfaction as he watched the Chaos Divine, Tree Devour Netherworld Virtual God and condense 6 Chaos Divine Fruits with Complete Territory Intent. If used properly, these 6 Chaos Divine Fruits were enough to allow Grim Reaper, War Demon, and the others to step into true virtual God level. Primordial blood, refine. After killing the virtual god of 9 gloom, the space treasure, 9 gloom, became an ownerless item. Yi Qinfeng quickly squeezed out a large amount of his origin blood and merged it into 9 gloom, forcibly making it recognize him as its master. The primordial blood's level was too high. After merging with it, the space treasure netherworld quickly established a connection with Yi Qinfeng, becoming his 2nd supreme grade ancestral artifact space treasure. Return. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng withdrew netherworld virtual god into his body, refined it, and appeared in the outside world. Meanwhile, the battle between Xin Daoxiu, demon god, and the others and the 9 demon gods' avatars had reached its climax. Terrifying attacks constantly shattered the space, shattering towering ancient trees. Qingfeng, seeing Yi Qinfeng put away 9 gloom and appear, while 9 gloom's virtual god had turned into a dried corpse, Xin Daoxiu and the others let out a long sigh of relief. They put all their energy into the fierce battle. Damn it, I'll destroy all of you. There were not many virtual gods in the entire virtual god realm. Each death would cause a great impact. Netherworld virtual god, who had been killed by Yi Qinfeng, had a chance to step into mid-level virtual god. His death greatly weakened the overall strength of the demonic tribe. How dare a mere avatar speak so arrogantly? Demon God snorted coldly and said in an incomparably domineering manner. He constantly blasted out void-shattering attacks, fiercely attacking the avatar. Ancestral swords. While Demon God and Xin Daoxiu were fiercely attacking the avatar, Yi Qinfeng activated his invincible sword body, instantly forming tens of thousands of invincible divine swords to attack the avatar. Yi Qinfeng's participation instantly turned the situation around, causing the 9 demon gods' avatars to be attacked from both sides. Their terrifying attacks were gradually suppressed. The demonic tribe's origin was suppressed by the universal sword, War Demon, Grim Reaper, and the others, bit by bit, not giving the 9 demon gods a chance to merge. Demonic descent. His attacks were suppressed, and his injuries were worsening. Burning his body, his external incarnation forcibly executed the supreme magic of the devil race, launching the most ferocious attacks at Yi Qinfeng and the others. In the blink of an eye, beams of unparalleled demonic light descended upon heaven and earth, dyeing the entire space. They engulfed Yi Qinfeng and the others, constantly destroying their physical bodies. Demonic God avatar. At the critical moment, Evil God's body kept growing bigger and bigger, blocking in front of Yi Qinfeng and the others. He used his immortal body to block the attacks of Demon Descends to the world. When he was defending with all his might, he borrowed the divine sword Devour the Sky. The demon god was a mid-level virtual god. In his hands, the divine sword glutton could unleash its full power. The demon descends the heavens, which could instantly kill a half-step virtual god, was slashed apart by the divine sword swallowing the heavens. The terrifying sword light carried an invincible force as it slashed toward the demon descends the heavens avatar. Chi. The defense of the avatar was broken, and the terrifying sword light left a deep sword mark on its body. Next, the evil god wielded the divine sword, devoured the heavens, and continued to launch ferocious attacks at him. Riddling the demon descends to the heavens with thousands of holes, continuously worsening his injuries. When his avatar was heavily injured by the evil god's divine sword, Yi Chen Feng and the other two simultaneously unleashed their powerful domains to attack his avatar. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud sounds rang out. The 3 domains unleashed by Yi Chen Feng and the other 2 were shattered at the same time. The terrifying power of the domains crushed the avatars of Yi Chen Feng as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. His entire body exploded. Chaos divine would devour. When the 9 demon gods' avatars were destroyed, Yi Chen Feng immediately summoned the Chaos Divine Wood. He controlled the Chaos Divine Wood to grow continuously. It extended its 5 colored roots and took root on the broken body of his avatar, devouring it madly. Suppress. The evil god and the other 2 had a tacit understanding. When the Chaos Divine Wood was devouring, they attacked at the same time to suppress the avatar. Soon, under the full suppression of the evil god and the other 2, the avatar lost its ability to fight back. In the end, it was devoured by the Chaos Divine Wood. The Chaos Divine Wood has condensed another 6 Chaos Divine Fruits with complete territory intent. In addition to the remaining Chaos Divine Fruits from earlier, Yi Chen Feng now had 10 Chaos Divine Fruits with half territory intent and 15 Chaos Divine Fruits with complete territory intent. If used properly, he could help Grim Reaper, War Demon, and the rest step up to virtual god level. By then, the power he controlled would be able to challenge the other organizations outside of the heavens. Evil God Thousand Streams, 10 ancient ancestral flags, seal the entire space. After killing the Abyssal, virtual god guarding the demonic tribe's origin, the 9 demon gods' avatar, Yi Chen Feng immediately sealed the entire space. Evil God, Senior Daoshu, Senior Timeless, War Demon, Grim Reaper. Yi Chen Feng was not stingy. He took out 8 Chaos Divine Fruits with complete territory intent and gave them to the evil god and the rest. Zhanlei, although you've just submitted to me, I won't lose sight of the others. This Chaos Divine Fruit is for you. I hope you can heal your serious injuries as soon as possible and step into intermediate virtual god level. Yi Chen Feng summoned Zhanlei, who was seriously injured and had been recuperating in the universe realm, and gave him a Chaos Divine Fruit. Chaos, these 5 Chaos Divine Fruits are yours. I hope you can break through to 6-star Demon Ancestor as soon as possible. Then Yi Chen Feng gave 5 Chaos Divine Fruits with partial territory intent to the Chaos Divine Beast. All right, everyone, cultivate here. We'll leave after we've refined all the origin power here. After distributing the Chaos Divine Fruits, Yi Chen Feng consumed a Chaos Divine Fruit with half territory intent and began to absorb the powerful origin power to cultivate in the demonic tribe's origin. At the same time, the death of the virtual god caused an uproar in the demonic tribe. Not good, Grand Elder. The life tablet of the virtual god of 9 Gloom is broken. The elder in charge of guarding the virtual god's life tablet tower of the demonic tribe discovered by accident that the life tablet of the virtual god of 9 Gloom was broken. He immediately found the demonic tribe's grand elder, Mo Luohai, and informed him of the situation. What? The life tablet of the virtual god of 9 Gloom is broken. Mo Luohai's eyes widened, sensing the seriousness of the situation. The virtual god of 9 Gloom held a high position in the demonic tribe. Moreover, he had been guarding the demonic tribe's origin. His sudden death meant that something had happened to the demonic tribe's origin. Who is so bold to kill the virtual god of the demonic tribe and invade our demonic tribe's origin? Although Emoluohai was the grand elder of the demonic tribe, he was only a peak ancestor-level almighty and could not mobilize the virtual gods of the demonic tribe at all. Moreover, the demonic tribe's clan leader, Demon God Jio, had already led several virtual gods of the demonic tribe to the demon realm to search for the Chaos Tomb. It could be said that the demonic tribe was at its weakest right now. Old clan leader, I have no choice but to ask the old clan leader for help. After some contemplation, Emoluohai decided to head to the demonic tribe's old clan leader, who is also the demonic tribe's strongest person, Yamagod, to inform him of the situation and ask for his help. Emoluohai, why are you here? A gray-robed demon god who had been guarding Yamagod's cultivation ground opened his tightly shut eyes and said in a low voice, Demon god Luo Wang, something big has happened. Emoluohai respectfully told demon god Luo Wang about the death of the virtual god of Nine Gloom and the possibility that something had happened to the demonic tribe's origin. Nine Gloom is dead. Demon god Luo Wang's face turned extremely gloomy when he heard the news. His deep eyes flashed with ferocity. The old clan leader is in closed-door cultivation. No one is to disturb him. Demon god Luo Wang's eyes flashed with ferocity. How about this? I'll make a trip to the demonic sea with demon god Baiwu. I'd like to see who is so bold to kill the demon god of the demonic tribe. Thank you, demon god Luo Wang. Chapter 2015. Half-Step Virtual God Breakthrough. After devouring a large amount of demonic origin and refining the chaos divine fruit, Yi Qinfeng, who had accumulated a sufficient foundation, broke through the bottleneck of his cultivation base and broke through to half-step virtual god level. His physical strength had even reached 5 trillion kilograms. I wonder if I can fight a mid-level virtual god with my current ability. Yi Qinfeng felt that his combat strength had increased by dozens of times. His sword territory and invincible sword body had become even more powerful. His physical body alone could contend with an ordinary low-level virtual god. Yi Qinfeng wanted to know what level his combat strength had reached. Yi Qinfeng had broken through to half-step virtual god. The demon god, divine Daoshu, and the rest had refined the chaos divine fruit and devoured a large amount of demonic origin. Their abilities had increased significantly. The demon god, in particular, had used the chaos divine fruit and demonic origin to heal his internal injuries. His combat strength had increased. Just as Yi Qinfeng and the rest were hiding in the demonic origin, devouring the powerful demonic origin to break through to a higher level, demon god Luo Wang and demon god Baiwu appeared above the demon sea. Following them were 2 low-level virtual gods from the demonic tribe. Sending 4 virtual gods at once showed how important the demonic tribe was to the demonic tribe. The 3 of you follow me. Seal the skeleton trench. Don't let the enemy escape. Demon god Luo Wang and the other 3 wore dark gray robes. They were not burly, but they were filled with terrifying energy. They broke into the demon sea and arrived above the skeleton trench. They threw out a large number of ancient formation flags and sealed the entire skeleton trench. Then, the 4 of them flew toward the bottom of the skeleton trench at lightning speed. They wanted to enter the demonic tribe's origin to kill Yi Qinfeng and the rest. The demonic tribe virtual gods came quickly. Yi Qinfeng's remnant soul in the skeleton trench sensed demon god Luo Wang's aura and woke up from its cultivation. After a few days of devouring, they had only devoured 1/6 of the demonic tribe's origin. They would not leave at all. Demon god, divine void, ancient eternal, follow me to fight the enemy. Virtual god Zhen Lei's injuries had not healed, so Yi Qinfeng did not disturb him from devouring the demonic tribe's origin to heal. He brought demon god Luo Wang and the other two to the seal and waited. To hide their identities, Yi Chen Feng and the other three changed their appearances. Demon god Luo Wang and the rest could not see their true identities. Who are you? Why did you kill the virtual gods of the devil tribe and invade our tribe's origin? Demon god Luo Wang and the rest. Demon god Daoshu and the rest. Demon god Luo god and the rest's demon god and the rest. Daoshu and the rest's demons, voids, divine void, demon, and in demons' god and the rest. One had to know that there were not many faux gods in the entire faux god world. 3 faux gods were mobilized at once, and one of them was a mid-level faux god. Only the various clans at the peak of the faux god world had such a foundation. Demon god, Luo god of god, god demon's origin, of god. Who are you? Demon god Luo Wang asked with hostility. Luo Wang, you've lived for so long. Have you wasted your life? Do you think we'll tell you our true identities? Demon god Bai Wu and demon god Shin Daoshu could not control their killing intent as they looked at demon god Luo Wang, whose hands were stained with the blood of god tribe mighty beings. You're not going to tell me? I'd like to see if you'll still be so stubborn when I capture you later, demon god Luo Wang said coldly as a terrifying demon god shadow appeared on his body. Leave demon god Luo Wang to me. Although Yi Chen Feng could tell from demon god Luo Wang's aura that he was more powerful than demon god Bai Wu and the rest, he wanted to test his own combat strength against demon god Luo Wang. All right, Cheng Feng, be careful. Demon god and the other two nodded and did not fight for demon god Luo Wang. Let's go. Hide our identities as much as possible. Yi Chen Feng reminded them and burned his primordial blood. He merged his chaotic dharma and God's heart to elevate his ability to mid-level virtual God. What kind of divine power is that? Demon god Luo Wang and the rest of the demon gods were shocked when they sensed that Yi Chen Feng's combat strength had elevated from half-step virtual God to mid-level virtual God. Although they had many powerful treasures with them, none of them were so powerful that they could elevate their abilities by 2 ranks in an instant. It was extremely difficult for a virtual god to cross 1 rank each time. They had never seen a treasure that could allow one to cross 2 ranks. This man has a big secret. Demon god Luo Wang's eyes were burning with passion. He controlled the demon god shadow that appeared on his body and attacked Yi Chen Feng, who was approaching him. Humph, you're too naive to think that a mere shadow can hurt me. Yi Chen Feng snorted coldly. His strength of over 6 trillion gene erupted as he launched an unparalleled punch at the demon god's phantom. For this punch, Yi Chen Feng had compressed his strength to the maximum. When it landed on the demonic god's shadow, the explosive power instantly shattered the demonic god's shadow. Then, Yi Chen Feng threw another punch. He relied on his absolute strength to attack demon god Luo Wang. Demon god Luo Wang did not look burly. However, he had been cultivating his body and had trained his body to the maximum. He threw a punch at Yi Chen Feng. When the fist and palm collided, the explosive strength collapsed the entire space. Yi Chen Feng and demon god Luo Wang's bodies trembled at the same time. They were evenly matched. The next moment, the two of them exploded with shocking strength and fought fiercely again. Yi Chen Feng and demon god Luo Wang relied on pure physical strength to fight fiercely. The demon god, white mist, who had turned into a cloud of white mist, fought fiercely. The demon god, white mist, cultivated the white mist territory. In the white mist territory, she was like an erratic cloud that changed unpredictably. It was impossible to guard against her. Fortunately, the demon god had refined a chaos divine fruit and devoured a large amount of demonic tribe's origin. He had healed all his hidden injuries, and his combat strength had increased by more than 10 times. Coupled with his immortal body, the demon god White Mist's attacks were unable to cause any fatal damage to him. The demon god and the demon god, White Mist, fought fiercely from the bottom of the trench to the middle of the trench. Then they fought fiercely from the middle of the trench to the upper part of the trench, destroying the entire trench. The attacks of Empty God, Shin Hung, and the two low-level demonic tribe virtual gods formed a terrifying destructive force that constantly destroyed the White Bone Trench. After cultivating in the demonic tribe's origin for a few days, Empty God, Shin Hung, and Gu's combat strength had increased significantly. However, to hide their identities, the two of them dared not use territory power or divine abilities of the demonic tribe. They could only attack with supreme-grade ancestral weapons. Very soon, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, the 8 virtual gods had completely destroyed the White Bone Trench. The thick layer of white bones that covered the trench had been reduced to dust. In these 3 days, none of the 8 virtual gods could do anything to each other. None of them could suppress the other with an overwhelming advantage and severely injure the other party. However, the demonic tribe's origin was being devoured by the war devil, the half-step demon god, and the others. The origin power it contained was constantly being drained, and many of its branches had withered. This made demon god Luo Wang and the others anxious as they sensed the changes in the demonic tribe's origin. Chapter 2016. Demon god Luo Wang, why have your attacks weakened? You can't defeat me with your current attacks. Yi Qinfeng had withstood demon god Luo Wang's ferocious attacks for 3 days and 3 nights with absolute power. Demon god Luo Wang gradually showed signs of exhaustion. Meanwhile, Yi Qinfeng, who had burned his primordial blood and possessed endless divine power, fought bravely. He gradually turned the tables and constantly provoked demon god Luo Wang with his words. Damn it! What secret is this kid hiding? Demon god Luo Wang grew more and more shocked. He could not believe that Yi Qinfeng, who had used his trump card to forcefully raise himself to mid-level virtual god, was so valiant and did not know fatigue. Demon god Luo Wang, who had unleashed all his skills and fought fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights, felt exhausted. Moreover, he realized that Yi Qinfeng, Divine Daoshu, and the rest had intentionally concealed their identities. They did not use their shocking trump cards and were only focused on defense to stall for time. Demon god Vanquishing Fist. Demon god Luo Wang did not dare to delay any longer when he sensed that the power of the demon tribe's origin source was being drained. He burned his powerful bloodline power at all costs and unleashed a terrifying fist radiance that could break through realms. He attacked Yi Qinfeng, 3,000 God-transforming fist. Yi Qinfeng did not dodge the meteor-like vanquishing fists. Instead, he blasted out 3,000 terrifying fists in an instant. Boom! 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 Once the two supreme divine powers collided, the energy that erupted was destructive. The entire space collapsed and swallowed the endless seawater. Yi Qinfeng and demon god Luo Wang fought fiercely. Neither could gain the upper hand. The demon god, who had an immortal body and had reached the pinnacle of mid-level virtual god, had an overwhelming advantage. He suppressed demon god White Mist's attacks and tore through demon god White Mist's territory time and time again, revealing her true body. Demon god White Mist was extremely beautiful. There were almost no flaws on her body. However, at that moment, her face was pale and she was bleeding from the corner of her mouth. Bloody holes appeared on her flawless body and dyed her white dress red. However, Divine Daoshu, who had deliberately concealed his identity and did not dare to use the god tribe's ultimate skill, was in a bad situation. He was suppressed by the two demon tribe virtual gods and had to rely on his supreme-grade ancestral artifact to defend himself. Soon, another day had passed. For days later, half of the demonic tribe's origin had withered. The war demon, death god, the half-step demon god, and the rest who had devoured a large amount of origin energy and refined the chaos divine fruit had reached the pinnacle of half-step virtual god level. They were just one step away from breaking through to low-level, virtual god level. As for faux god Zhenlei, whose physical body had been destroyed earlier, he had basically recovered from his injuries and was steadily improving his strength. Demonic domain, myriad demon wave. The devil race's source of origin continued to wither. Demon god Luo Wang went berserk, constantly increasing the power of his devil domain, enveloping Yi Qinfeng. Sword domain attack. Facing the demon god Luo Wang's most powerful demon domain attack, Yi Qinfeng, who had deliberately concealed his trump cards, was in great danger. Just relying on the divine sword devourer alone was not enough. Helpless, he could only use the sword domain to defend himself. Sword domain, you are the sword god of the sword domain. There were very few people in the void god world who could cultivate a sword domain. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's sword domain, Luo Wang could not help but suspect his identity. Myriad swords converge. After exposing his sword domain, Yi Qinfeng developed an intense killing intent towards demon god Luo Wang. He instantly activated his invincible sword body, condensing over 10,000 divine swords, attacking demon god Luo Wang like a rain of swords. Myriad demon wave. Over 10,000 divine swords attacked with the sword domain. Demon god Luo Wang immediately controlled his devil domain to transform into 10,000 demonic shadows, causing even greater destruction in the white bone trench. Uft, uft, uft. While Yi Qinfeng and demon god Luo Wang were engaged in an intense battle, demon god relied on his powerful undying body and suddenly threw a punch at the heavily injured demon god White Mist. It struck her chest and sent her flying. Large amounts of blood spurted out from her mouth. Let's kill everyone in the devil race's source of origin first. Demon god White Mist's injuries made demon god Luo Wang want to retreat. Before leaving, he was prepared to charge into the devil race's source of origin and start a massacre, killing those who dared to devour the devil race's source of origin. Boom! Demon god Luo Wang took Yi Qinfeng's attack head-on and suddenly turned around. He flew at an extremely fast speed towards the source of origin seal that was riddled with cracks. He wanted to tear through the seal and enter the source of origin. Seeing demon god Luo Wang's actions, Yi Qinfeng did not stop him with all his might. Instead, he followed closely behind him, ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. Crack! Demon god Luo Wang forcefully tore through the source of origin seal that was riddled with cracks. The moment demon god Luo Wang charged into the source of origin, he was suddenly attacked by virtual god Zhenlei, Death, War Demon, the half-step demon god, the two primitive embryos, and the chaos divine beast. In particular, the attack of virtual god Zhenlei, who had 1 foot in mid-level virtual god level, was even more terrifying. His heavenly territory turned into an incomparably thick black divine thunder, violently bombarding the body of demon god Luo Wang, who was about to barge in, continuously shattering his defenses. Path of weapon manipulation / Demon god Luo Wang was attacked by virtual god Zhenlei and the others. When his defenses were shattered and he lost control of his body slightly, Yi Qinfeng unleashed the path of weapon manipulation, activating all the divine patterns on divine sword glutton and unleashing an invincible attack. Oh no! Demon god Luo Wang's expression changed when he sensed the terror of divine sword glutton's strongest attack. He continuously unleashed one defensive trump card after another to defend himself with all his might. However, divine sword glutton was a virtual god weapon. Its strongest attack was beyond imagination. Even a lower realm would be pierced through by this sword. Poof! As the sword slashed down, demon god Luo Wang's defensive trump cards shattered one after another. The terrifying sword gleam directly slashed open his body, almost crushing his soul. Blood flight. Demon god Luo Wang was a mid-level virtual god after all. He had many life-saving trump cards. When his life was hanging by a thread, He immediately unleashed blood flight. He controlled his body that had been slashed open by divine sword glutton and fled into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Demon god Luo Wang, who was the most powerful, had fled. Demon god Bai Wu, who was severely injured, and the two virtual gods from the demonic tribe who were suppressing virtual god Zhenlei and demon god Zhen Lei dared not stay any longer. They abandoned their opponents and unleashed their escape techniques, fleeing out of the skeleton trench in a panic. Don't chase them. Let's quickly devour the demonic tribe's origin and leave. Yi Qinfeng knew the difficulty of killing virtual gods. Moreover, their target was the demonic tribe's origin. Yi Qinfeng and the rest did not pursue demon god Luo Wang and the others who had fled. Instead, they returned to the demonic tribe's origin and unleashed a powerful devouring power, frenziedly devouring the demonic tribe's origin. Under Yi Qinfeng and the rest's frenzied devouring, the demonic tribe's origin continued to wither. On the other hand, Yi Qinfeng and the rest's abilities increased significantly. Buzz! 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 Suddenly, streaks of terrifying death energy emanated from Death God's body. After refining the chaos divine fruit and devouring a large amount of the demonic tribe's origin, Death God took a difficult step forward. He broke through the bottleneck and broke through to low-level virtual god. On the third day after Death God's breakthrough, the half-step demon god and combat demon broke through to low-level virtual god one after another. Zilin and Fa Tian had broken through to half-step virtual god long ago and consolidated their incomplete territories. Meanwhile, the gifted Chaos Divine Beast had refined 5 Chaos Divine Fruits and devoured a large amount of the demonic tribe's origin. He had reached peak demonic ancestor, while his Chaos Dharma had reached the pinnacle of low-level virtual god. His 2 primitive embryos also possessed half-step virtual god combat strength. The demonic tribe's origin is indeed powerful. If we can find another origin, our abilities will increase tremendously. Yi Qinfeng revealed a satisfied smile when he saw that everyone had devoured the demonic tribe's origin and their abilities had increased tremendously. Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to leave through the wormhole created by the space swallower bug, the demon god suddenly devoured the demon god who had just broken through to low-level virtual god. In the next moment, the demon god's immortal bloodline underwent a qualitative change. Its abilities skyrocketed, and it was only 1 step away from breaking through to late-stage virtual god. Chapter 2017. Let's go to the demon realm to look for the Phoenix God. After wasting a lot of time, Yi Qinfeng was ready to head to the demon realm to look for the Phoenix God and the Chaos Tomb. Qingfeng, it's not easy to find the Phoenix God. We have to find something that the Phoenix God likes. Only then can we attract her and find her. Shen Daoxu said after pondering for a while, "What treasure can attract the Phoenix God?" Yi Qinfeng frowned and asked, "The Phoenix God lives in the divine parasol tree. The thing that attracts her the most is the divine parasol tree's heart. With the divine parasol tree's heart, the Phoenix God's strength can take a qualitative leap. Therefore, she has no resistance against the divine parasol tree's heart." Shen Daoxu said, "The divine parasol tree's heart? Where can we find that?" Although Yi Qinfeng had heard of the divine parasol tree, it was extremely rare. A divine parasol tree's heart needed at least 1,000,000 years to grow. There was no way to find it. I have the divine parasol tree's heart. Just as Yi Qinfeng was in a dilemma, the evil god, who had merged with his people and had 1 foot in the late virtual god realm, suddenly spoke. Really? Yi Qinfeng and the others all turned their gazes to the demon god. Yes, back then, by chance, I obtained the heart of a divine parasol tree, but I sealed it in the evil tribe's treasure vault. The evil god nodded and said, "The evil tribe's treasury." Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly and said, "So many years have passed. Will your evil race's treasury still exist?" "My treasury is in a very safe place. Other than me, no one can accurately activate the teleportation portal and enter the treasury space. Moreover, there are 2 extraterritorial divine stones sealed outside the treasury. If you don't know how to open it, even virtual gods can open it. The evil gods said, "Extraterritorial divine stones." Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up and said, "You can't have hidden the treasury in the extraterritorial space, right?" "Yes, my treasury is in the extraterritorial space." The evil god nodded and said, "Other than the divine parasol tree heart, the evil tribe's 100 evil weapon is also in the treasury. After so many years, the 100 evil weapon should have evolved into a void god artifact. The evil race's treasury still has a void god artifact." Yi Qinfeng was fully aware of how precious and powerful a void god artifact was. If he wanted to kill a void god, he could only rely on a void god artifact. Then let's not delay any longer. Let's go to the evil tribe's treasury now. 10,000 Miles Heavenly City was a large city within the deity clan's sphere of influence. It covered 10,000 miles and was extremely prosperous. Yi Qinfeng left the severely damaged White Bone Trench through a wormhole. After a few trips, he arrived at the outskirts of 10,000 Miles Sky City after a month. And the space transmission array that led to the evil race's treasure vault was hidden in the Chang family of the 10,000 Miles Heaven City. The Chang family was built by the evil god. Back then, the master of the Chang family had always been loyal to the evil god. That was why the evil god left the space transmission array in the Chang family and let the Chang family guard it for generations. Yi Qinfeng walked side by side with the evil god on the spacious streets of 10,000 Miles Heaven City and asked, "Evil god, do you think the Chang family has already betrayed us after hundreds of thousands of years? If Chang Kuan-Yuan is not dead, then the Chang family will never dare to betray us. But if Chang Kuan-Yuan is dead, then it's hard to say. But other than me, no one can find the exact coordinates of the evil race's treasury. Even if the Chang family really betrayed us, it's fine." The evil god, who was wearing a long black robe and had concealed his aura, said softly, "That's good." Regardless of whether it was the divine parasol tree heart or the 100 evil weapon, they were extremely important to Yi Qinfeng. He could not afford to lose them. Wait. As they walked, the god-devouring brain suddenly sensed the aura of a treasure at a stall and immediately led the evil god over. "May I know the price of this stone?" Yi Qinfeng glanced at the stall and fixed his gaze on a black stone that was the size of a fist. It was covered in mud and looked like it had just been dug out. 1,000,000 high-grade St. crystals. An old man in linen robes with white hair and smoking a pipe swept his gaze over Yi Qinfeng as he spoke in a lukewarm tone. "All right, I'll buy it." Yi Qinfeng, who was rich, did not bargain. He handed over a universe ring with 1,000,000 high-grade St. crystals to the old man and bought the black stone covered in mud. Just as Yi Qinfeng turned to leave, a charming woman in a white tulle skirt with her snow-white shoulders and slender legs ran into Yi Qinfeng's arms without any warning. However, in the next moment, Yi Qinfeng grabbed her hand that had escaped into the void. "You want to steal from me? You're still far from it," Yi Qinfeng said coldly as he looked at the pale woman with a cold light in his eyes. As soon as Yi Qinfeng's voice fell, everyone's eyes were fixed on the woman. You're slandering me. Who stole from you?" The woman in the short skirt changed her expression instantly and said, "It's obvious that you want to molest me. Let go of my hand, quickly. You're hurting me." "Molest you?" Yi Qinfeng said with a smile. "This excuse is not good at all. Help, help. Someone is molesting me. Who can help me?" Sensing the killing intent in Yi Qinfeng's eyes, the woman in the short skirt was scared and shouted at the top of her lungs. The woman's shout immediately attracted a lot of people to come over and watch. "Stop!" Looking at the delicate and charming face of the woman in the short skirt, her slender and fair legs, and her enchanting figure, a tall and well-built man dressed in gorgeous clothes walked over with 2 followers and shouted loudly. "How dare you? You actually dared to molest her in public. Quickly release this lady. Otherwise, this young master will not forgive you." The profligate young man angrily glared at Yi Qinfeng as he loudly warned, "I hope you don't provoke me any more, and don't do bad things. Otherwise, no one can save you." Seeing that more and more people were gathering, Yi Qinfeng threw the woman in the short skirt to the man and was about to leave. "Stop! Did I say you can leave?" The man saw that Yi Qinfeng was about to leave and shouted loudly. He wanted to show off in front of the beautiful woman. "I advise you to open your eyes. Maybe the person in your arms is not a beautiful woman, but a rough man with hair all over his body." Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, "You." The woman in the short skirt nestled in the man's arms like a little bird and said sweetly, "Young master, please help me punish this evil man. Don't worry, I've always hated evil. I'll definitely bring him to justice and avenge you." Feeling the soft body of the woman in the short skirt and smelling the faint fragrance coming from her, the man felt a little smug. He patted his chest and promised. She wanted to get rid of Yi Qinfeng as soon as possible, so she took the woman in the short skirt back home to comfort her. Sigh, sometimes the eyes can really deceive people. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and pointed at the woman in the short skirt gently. The next moment, the illusory power in the woman's body disappeared. Her body became bigger and bigger, revealing her real body. This, seeing the charming beauty in his arms turn into a short, burly man with a beard and hair all over his body in the blink of an eye, the hedonistic man was so frightened that he let out a strange cry. He retreated and sat on the ground. Whoosh! After revealing her real body, the thief was terrified. He looked at Yi Qinfeng in awe and ran away. Chapter 2018. Now, do you believe what I said? Yi Qinfeng glanced at the infuriated silk pants with a red and green face before leaving with the evil god. "Young Master Yi, what's so special about the stone that you just bought?" Although evil god was powerful, he could not tell what was so special about the stone that Yi Qinfeng had spent 1,000,000 Upper Saint crystals to buy. "It's a 5-colored divine stone." Yi Qinfeng said calmly, "You're just a step away from breaking through. I'll give you the 5-colored divine stone." 5-colored divine stone. Evil god raised his eyebrows and shot out a large amount of divine power from his fingers into the stone that was covered in mud. He then crushed the hard stone shell. Suddenly, rays of 5-colored light shone out. It's really a 5-colored divine stone. There was a prerequisite for breaking through to the empty god realm, which was to accumulate divine power. Evil god could only break through when the divine power in his body reached the advanced empty god realm. Therefore, the 5-colored divine stone was extremely important to him. "Thank you, young Master Yi." The evil god thanked him softly and put the precious 5-colored divine stone into his universe ring. 10,000 miles Sky City was vast. However, after hundreds of thousands of years, the main structure of 10,000 miles Sky City had not changed. Yi Qinfeng, an evil god, wandered around as they traveled. They arrived at the Chang family mansion that was located in the east of the city. It occupied a golden area and was built like a palace. "This is the Chang family mansion. May I know who you're looking for?" The Chang family mansion's guard asked politely when he saw Yi Qinfeng and evil god who were walking toward them slowly. "I'm looking for Chang Kunyuan." Evil god said arrogantly with his hands behind his back. "You're looking for the great ancestor." The Chang family mansion's guard stared and said in surprise, "The great ancestor passed away tens of thousands of years ago. Chang Kunyuan is dead." Evil god frowned and said, "Who's in charge of the Chang family now? Let me out." This. Hearing evil god's arrogant tone, the Chang family mansion's guard was troubled. "Mother asterisk her. How dare the two of you humiliate this young master and come to my Chang family? I think you're tired of living." Just as the evil god showed a trace of impatience and was about to barge into the Chang clan manor, an angry roar rang out. The hedonistic man who failed to save the beauty and was humiliated instead appeared with 2 followers. "Young master, you're back." Looking at the hedonistic man, the Chang family's guards immediately bowed, respectfully. "If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish." The evil god was a master who was not afraid of anything, and the Chang family was a small branch of the evil race. Being reprimanded by the young master of the branch, the evil god was instantly enraged. "Yo, yo, yo! I didn't hear it wrong, did I?" The foppish man said sarcastically. "If you have the guts, say it again." Before the good-for-nothing man could finish his words, his entire body exploded without any warning. He turned into a bloody mist and died on the spot. "Young master." The hedonistic man's body exploded and died, shocking everyone present. Sensing the severity of the situation, the Chang family's guards immediately ran into the Chang family manor and reported the situation to the Chang family's housekeeper. "What? Jeaner is dead." After hearing the news of the hedonistic man's death, the Chang family's current head, Chang Lanshan, was instantly enraged. He gathered the Chang family's experts and rushed out, surrounding Yi Qinfeng and his wife. "Who is the Chang family's head?" The evil god had his hands behind his back as he glanced at the ferocious Chang family's experts and questioned coldly. "I am," Chang Lanshan said as he looked at the calm and fearless Yi Qinfeng and Xiaoqin. Then he slowly stepped forward. "Who are you to Chang Kunyuan? Do you recognize this token?" The evil god took out a purplish gold ancient token with the word divine carved on it and asked coldly, "Purplish gold divine token." Looking at the purplish gold ancient token in the evil god's hand, Chang Lanshan's heart was in turmoil. "Who are you? Why do you have the purplish gold divine token? You talk too much nonsense. You just need to abide by the ancestral rules." The evil god said coldly, "Bring me to the forbidden area." This, hearing the evil god's order, Chang Lanshan hesitated. "Why, didn't Chang Kunyuan tell you that seeing the purplish gold divine token is the same as seeing the divine envoy?" The evil god looked at Chang Lanshan, whose eyes flickered, and said angrily, "Divine envoy, please calm down. How could Lanshan forget the ancestral rules? However, can you let me take a good look at this purplish gold divine token and verify its authenticity? After all, the purplish gold divine token is extremely important to my Chang family." Chang Lanshan fabricated a reason. After hearing Chang Lanshan's fabricated reason, Yi Qinfeng was basically certain that the Chang family had already forgotten the ancestral rules and wanted to take the evil god's treasury for themselves. "Here." The evil god threw the purplish gold divine token to Chang Lanshan, but the killing intent in his heart was getting stronger. The Chang family's betrayal made him angry. Moreover, he wanted to know if there were others apart from the Chang family who were greedy for the evil god's treasury. "Both of you, please come in. I will ask the old ancestor to appraise this purplish gold divine token." Chang Lanshan did not mention anything about taking revenge for his son. The arrival of Yi Qinfeng and his wife allowed him to see an opportunity to obtain the treasures in the spatial teleportation array. "Evil god, how are you going to deal with the traitorous Chang family?" Yi Qinfeng sat in the Chang family's main hall and asked with a voice transmission while drinking the spirit tea served by the maidservant. "Traitors will be killed without mercy." The evil god said ruthlessly, "I want to see who apart from the Chang family is so bold as to covet my evil god's treasury." Time passed by slowly. When Yi Qinfeng and the evil god had just brewed the 3rd pot of spirit tea, a restriction light pillar suddenly rose up in the main hall. A mysterious array diagram appeared above the main hall and restricted the entire main hall, trapping Yi Qinfeng and his wife. Although they were suddenly trapped, Yi Qinfeng and the evil god did not panic. They continued to drink the spirit tea with relish. "The 2 of you are so bold. How dare you use a fake purplish gold divine token to fool my Chang family? Today, this patriarch will definitely bring you to justice." Chang Lanshan's voice echoed outside the main hall. Beside Chang Lanshan stood an old woman with a head full of silver hair and holding a dragon-headed walking stick. She was a one-star progenitor with a hunched back. This old woman was the oldest person in the Chang family and was also the strongest expert in the Chang family. You know very well whether the purplish gold divine token is real or fake. Don't waste time. Call out the people behind you. I want to see who else besides you is after the treasures in the teleportation portal. The evil god drank the spirit tea in his cup and said calmly, "It seems that you really do know the secret." A cold voice suddenly rang out. An old man with a half-step virtual god realm cultivation appeared in the Chang family mansion. He was wearing a black robe with cloud patterns. His face was chiseled like a knife, and his eyes were deep and powerful. He was accompanied by more than 30 powerful experts with powerful auras. "Damn it, Patriarch, you're here!" Seeing the sudden appearance of the black-robed old man and the others, Chang Lanshan and the others were overjoyed and immediately bowed to greet them. As far as they were concerned, with Patriarch Reliance, a half-step into the Nihility God realm, and more than 30 powerful Reliance sect experts supporting them, even if Yi Qinfeng and Yi Shiwen had the ability to reach the heavens, they were doomed to die on the spot. As long as they could control Yi Qinfeng and his wife and force them to reveal the secret of the teleportation portal, the secret that the Chang family had guarded for hundreds of thousands of years would be easily obtained. Chapter 2019. Half-step virtual god, that's more like it. Sensing Patriarch Reliance's power, the wretch god put down his teacup and said, "Young Master Leaf, it's time to reel in the net. You wait here, I'll go destroy them. Then we'll go to the wretch race's treasure vault." "Okay," Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, "but don't kill the innocent." "Kacha!" The evil god took a step forward, and a terrifying power instantly shattered the restrictions of the main hall, shattering the profound array diagram. What a powerful aura. When Patriarch Reliance saw the black-robed evil god, he immediately felt a strong sense of danger from him. His expression turned serious. Heavenly Reliance sect? The evil god looked at the old ancestor coldly and said, "I didn't expect that the small Heavenly Reliance sect would dare to have ideas about me. I think you are tired of living." This god. Just as evil god's voice fell, old ancestor leaning sky and the others' faces changed. Only almighties who are half-stepped to virtual god and above dared to call themselves true gods. Looking at the arrogant evil god, Patriarch Reliance's expression grew even more solemn. "Who are you? If you are a descendant of an old friend, this old man can make the decision to share the treasure equally with you." Several thoughts flashed through old ancestor Reliance's mind. In the end, he decided to test the identity of the evil god. "Humph! You dare to have ideas about the treasure? I think you are really tired of living." Evil god coldly snorted and said arrogantly, "Ancestor, do you want me to test his strength?" A burly, lion-like man with long golden hair and silver battle armor transmitted his voice to Wang Chong. "All right, be careful. If this person is really a half-step virtual god, remember to crush your amulet." Patriarch Reliance nodded and instructed, "Don't worry, Grand Elder. Unless it's a real virtual god, no one can kill me in one hit." The burly man was confident in his defensive abilities. He decided to test the demon god's true strength. "Humph! Let this ancestor see just what qualifications you have to be so arrogant." The robust man grunted coldly, and then he raised his defenses to the limit. He held a spiked club that was over 6 m long and weighed 50,000 kilograms, and he launched a lethal strike at the evil god. As the spiked club smashed down, the burly man's bloodline instantly ignited. Surging Tao insight and ancestral energy madly fused into the spiked club, increasing its offensive strength. It was like a towering mountain was swung, smashing towards the burly man who didn't move an inch. A mere 4-star heavenly ancestor dares to exchange blows with me. The evil god put his hands behind his back and glared at the burly man with the mace in his hand. Immediately, 2 blood-red rays of light shot out of his eyes, piercing through the ancestral artifact club and the muscular man's impregnable defenses like swords, sending him flying with a single glare. Boom! The burly man's entire body turned into a cloud of blood mist in midair, and he died on the spot. Silence, absolute silence, witnessing the evil god kill a 4-star heavenly ancestor who was known for his defensive strength. The Reliance sect, the Chang clan, and even Patriarch Reliance Tian's face turned pale. You're an empty god, realm master. At this point, Patriarch Reliance Tian and the others were completely certain that the evil god was an empty god, realm master, and their legs couldn't help but tremble. As for Chang Lanshan and the rest, fear was written all over their faces. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that they would actually scheme against an empty god, realm master, in a moment of greed. From today onwards, the Reliance sect and the Chang clan will no longer exist in the void god realm. The evil god announced the fate of the 2 great forces domineeringly. Wait, Senior. Today's matter really has nothing to do with the Reliance sect. We were deceived by the Chang clan. Please be magnanimous and spare us. Patriarch Reliance Tian knew how terrifying an empty god realm master was. If an empty god wanted to destroy the Reliance sect, even if they used all their means and borrowed the power of their ancestral veins, they still wouldn't be able to stop him. Die, the evil god said mercilessly, and he threw out a palm at the frightened Patriarch Reliance Tian. The palm print directly sealed the space around Patriarch Reliance Tian, leaving him no chance to dodge. He could only use all his strength to block the attack. Reliance Yin-Yang Umbrella. Feeling the terror of the huge palm print, Patriarch Reliance Tian immediately took out an upper-grade ancestral artifact, the Yin-Yang Umbrella, which was engraved with ancient runes. He continuously spat his blood essence into the Yin-Yang Umbrella, increasing its defensive power and blocking the attack of the huge palm print. Boom! The huge palm print formed by the evil god smashed the upper-grade ancestral artifact, the Yin-Yang Umbrella, into pieces. Then, the huge palm print continued to descend, shattering the domain that Patriarch Reliance Tian had set up. It directly smashed him, who had used all his strength to defend himself, into meat paste. The entire ground caved in by 10 meters. Goo! Witnessing the evil god kill the half-step empty god realm Patriarch Reliance Tian, everyone present fell into deep fear. Chang Lanshan and the others knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging the evil god to spare their lives. Senior, we know our mistakes. Please, for the sake of my grandfather, Chang Kuan-Yuan, spare our lives. I promise that I will never make such a mistake again. Facing the invincible evil god, Chang Lanshan and the others knew that if they wanted to live, they could only beg for mercy. If I want to kill you, even if Chang Kuan-Yuan is here, he can't save you. The evil god snorted coldly. He was unmoved. Once again, he struck out a palm print toward Chang Lanshan and the others. No. As the palm print landed, Chang Lanshan and the others, who were greedy for the evil god's treasure, were turned into clouds of blood mist. They died on the spot, and the entire Chang family's ground caved in again. Run! Witnessing the merciless evil god, the almighties of the Reliance sect, who had lost 2 of their souls, were scared out of their wits. However, their strength was far from the evil god's. Before they could escape the Chang family's mansion, which was filled with a thick smell of blood, they were turned into clouds of blood mist and died on the spot. In less than 30 breaths, the almighties of the Chang family and the Reliance sect were all killed. As Yi Chen-feng did not allow the evil god to kill the innocent, he did not start a massacre and spared the lives of most of the Chang family. Let's go to the space teleportation array. Yi Chenfeng glanced at the heavily collapsed Chang family's mansion. There was no trace of pity on his face, because all of this was the Chang family and the Reliant sect's fault. If they had not been blinded by greed, the Chang family might have obtained unimaginable benefits because of the appearance of the evil god. Between heaven and hell, the Chang family had chosen hell. They could not blame anyone else. Break for me. Arriving outside the Chang family's forbidden grounds, the evil god lightly stomped his foot and directly broke the restrictions outside the forbidden grounds. He arrived at the space teleportation array that he had left in the Chang family. Although the Chang family had been researching the space teleportation array for countless years and had changed the structure of the array, these changes were instantly repaired by the evil god. Young Master Yi, let's go! After repairing the space teleportation array, the evil god adjusted the teleportation coordinates and activated the space teleportation array. Whoosh! A pillar of light shot into the sky. Chapter 2020. We're here. This is the evil tribe's treasury. The 7 most precious treasures and a large number of Saint crystals are sealed inside. Through the spatial teleportation array, Yi Chenfeng and the evil god arrived outside the evil race's treasury, hidden in a different space. Evil god, I want these 2 extraterritorial divine stones. Yi Chenfeng's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 gigantic extraterritorial divine stones sealed in the treasury. No problem. Evil god nodded and agreed happily. He squeezed out a few drops of blood essence and infused them into the 2 extraterritorial divine stones that were hundreds of feet tall and 100 times stronger than a supreme-grade ancestral artifact. Then, evil god spat out mouthfuls of blood essence continuously. Using his blood as a medium, he condensed blood seals and infused them into the 2 extraterritorial divine stones. He then forcefully opened the treasury that had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. 9 nether, keep! The seal in the 2 extraterritorial divine stones disappeared. Yi Chenfeng immediately summoned the supreme-grade ancestral artifact 9 nether and controlled it to release a powerful devouring force. It was like a black hole that sucked in the 2 extraterritorial divine stones that weighed hundreds of millions of pounds. Let's go! After keeping the 2 extraterritorial divine stones, Yi Chenfeng and evil god walked into the treasury side by side. Buzz! Buzz! The moonstones inlaid on the stone wall lit up one by one. A weapon with a strange shape, which looked like a sword, a saber, a truncheon, or a hook, filled with a strong evil aura and inlaid with a huge divine stone, was the first thing that entered their eyes. As expected, the 100 evil weapon has evolved into a void god artifact. Evil god was overjoyed when he sensed the powerful divine energy from the 100 evil weapon. If he could obtain the 100 evil weapon, his combat strength would increase by dozens of times. He would be able to fight against a late-stage void god. Evil god, since the 100 evil weapon is the weapon that you left here, you should keep it. Yi Chenfeng decided to give the 100 evil weapon to evil god to increase his combat strength when he caught the burning look in evil god's eyes. Thank you, young Master Yi. Evil god said gratefully. His heart was filled with excitement as he walked toward the 100 evil weapon that was suspended in midair. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Sensing the approach of the evil god, the 100 evil weapons suddenly trembled. Rays of light pulsed from the 100 evil weapons, tearing apart space. Old friend, don't you recognize me? The evil god did not blindly subdue the 100 evil weapons. Instead, he used his mind to communicate with the weapon spirits of the 100 evil weapons and awaken their memories. Sensing the familiar aura of the evil god, the resistance of the 100 evil weapons became weaker and weaker, and the light of the weapons gradually disappeared. When the hostility of the 100 evil weapons disappeared, the evil god immediately squeezed out a large amount of life blood and fused it with the 100 evil weapons, forcing them to recognize him as their master. When the 100 evil weapon was still a pseudo-void god artifact, it had followed the evil god for a long time. It was only when the evil god found a treasure that could upgrade the 100 evil weapons grade that he left it here to evolve. Therefore, the 100 evil weapons weapon spirit was very familiar with the evil god's origin blood. Soon, the evil deity recognized the 100 evil weapons as its master and absorbed them into its body to refine. Evil god, release the seals on the other treasures. Since the evil god had recognized the evil weapons, Yi Qinfeng immediately ordered him to open the restrictions on the treasures. Divine Parasol Tree Heart. Yi Qinfeng immediately recognized the Divine Parasol Tree Heart when he saw the red Divine Parasol Tree Heart that was beating slowly. It was the Divine Parasol Tree Heart that he needed the most, other than the extremely precious Divine Parasol Tree Heart that was almost impossible to find in the Void God world. Yi Qinfeng also found a huge divine stone that was more than a meter tall and emitted a 5-colored light in the evil tribe's treasure vault. Yi Qinfeng had never even heard of such a huge 5-colored divine stone, let alone seen it. If this huge 5-colored divine stone were to spread to the outside world, it would cause the empty gods of various tribes to fight over it. When Yi Qinfeng looked at the third treasure, he saw a heart beating slowly in a thick layer of stone. This is the primitive Taoist heart. I snatched it from a virtual god from the stone tribe when I killed him by a hair's breadth. The evil god added, Primitive Taoist heart. If the primitive Taoist embryo was the number 1 divine stone in the universe, the primitive Taoist heart would be the king of all divine stones. It contained unimaginable energy. However, this primitive Taoist heart is very difficult to fuse with. I tried everything, but couldn't fuse it with my body. I had no choice but to leave it here. The evil god continued. Chaos Dharma appearance fuse. The chaos divine could devour all kinds of energy. He summoned the chaos Dharma appearance and tried to fuse it with the primitive Taoist heart. Buzz, buzz. When the chaos Dharma appearance fused with the primitive Taoist heart, the primitive Taoist heart immediately devoured the chaos Dharma appearance and tried to jump out of his body. However, the chaos Dharma appearance was formed by the chaos divine wood, the number 1 divine wood in the universe. Moreover, the chaos divine wood had already reached the greater success stage. It was able to withstand the backlash of the primitive Taoist heart and release chaotic energy to forcefully refine it. While the chaos Dharma appearance was forcefully refining the primitive Taoist heart, Yi Qinfeng looked at the 4th treasure and saw that it was an illusory mirror. This is a mirage mirror. I obtained it in a dangerous place. After refining it, it can transform into a mirror image of the original body. The temporary defense of the mirror image formed by the mirage mirror is comparable to a void god artifact. The evil god continued. This treasure is not bad. Maybe with this mirage mirror, I will have a chance to steal the great opportunity in the desolate tomb under the nose of the Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven. Yi Qinfeng quickly squeezed out a drop of primordial blood and fused it with the mirage mirror. He forcibly dripped his blood on the mirage mirror and absorbed it into his body to refine it. The 5th treasure is a god-destroying stone. Its instantaneous burst of power is enough to kill a low-level void god and severely injure a mid-level void god. The 6th treasure is the demonic dragon battle armor. It is a supreme-grade ancestral artifact that I plucked from my enemy's body when I killed him. The evil god introduced the treasures in detail. Evil god, other than the 100 evil weapons and the 5-colored divine stone, the other treasures are very important to me. I will take them, Yi Qinfeng said. With this 5-colored divine stone, you should be able to enter the late-stage void god realm, right? Yes, this 5-colored divine stone is enough for me to enter the late-stage void god realm. The evil god nodded. After taking away the most precious treasures left behind by the evil god, Yi Qinfeng controlled the universe mirror and stored a large number of pure high-grade and supreme-grade Saint crystals in the universe mirror. He waited for the chaotic Dharma idol to fuse with the primitive Tao heart. As time passed, the chaotic Dharma idol relied on the powerful chaotic energy to slowly refine the primitive Tao heart, causing the backlash of the primitive Tao heart to become weaker and weaker. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the primordial Tao heart fused with the primordial Tao heart, a powerful primordial force fused with the primordial Tao image, causing it to constantly transform and become stronger. In less than half a day, the chaotic Dharma idol stepped into the mid-stage void god realm with the help of the primitive Tao heart. Yi Qinfeng had never thought that the chaotic Dharma idol would step into the mid-stage void god realm so quickly. However, with improvement of the chaotic Dharma idol strength, Yi Qinfeng's foundation became stronger. He could fight mid-stage void gods now. All right, let's leave this place and go to the demon realm. Chapter 2021. The demon race was one of the many races in the void god realm. It was divided into the phoenix race, the bird race, and the beast race. The phoenix race had the least number of members, but their overall strength was the strongest among the three races, especially the phoenix race's emperor, the phoenix god, who was the #1 expert of the demon race, with 1 foot in the late stage of the void god realm. Originally, the demon race was very peaceful, but because the universe's most mysterious chaos tomb appeared in the demon realm was in chaos. The emperors of the bird race and beast race, the golden rock emperor and the divine ape emperor, both rebelled. The phoenix god's whereabouts were unknown. Phew, we're finally in the demon realm. Although the entrance to the demon realm was sealed by the heaven and demon realm, the space swallower easily pierced through the wormhole, allowing Yi Qinfeng to enter the demon realm without anyone noticing. After entering the demon realm, Yi Qinfeng immediately hid his strength, controlling the illusion ancestors' Tao diagram to create a demon aura. Together with the chaos divine beast and peacock king, they flew toward the demon realm city, trying to find the whereabouts of the phoenix god. How can we find the phoenix god? Yi Qinfeng thought as he flew. Although he had the divine parasol tree wood heart that was fatally attractive to the phoenix god, it was still very difficult to find the phoenix god and gain her trust. While thinking, a huge city appeared in front of them. Looking at the huge city in front of them, Yi Qinfeng and the other two sped up and blended into the crowd, entering the demon realm city called Black Demon City. Although the upper echelons of the demon race were in chaos, it did not affect the lower echelons of the demon realm. The entire Black Demon City was orderly, and the demons on the streets did not show any signs of worry or panic. Let's go. We'll find a place to stay first. We'll go to the city, Lord's Mansion, tonight. In order to save time, Yi Qinfeng planned to explore the city, Lord's Mansion at night, and directly search the Black Demon City, Lord's Soul, to obtain valuable information. What a terrifying soul power. While Yi Qinfeng and the other two were looking for a place to stay, a terrifying soul power suddenly enveloped Black Demon City. The strength of this soul power shocked Yi Qinfeng. This must be the spiritual power released by a mid-level virtual god. Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself, as if he didn't sense this terrifying soul force. Along with the chaos divine beasts, the Peacock King found a tavern in Black Demon City that was built against the side of a mountain. It had an elegant environment and they entered it. Since a mid-level virtual god had appeared near Black Demon City, Yi Qinfeng did not want to alert the enemy, so he did not take action immediately. Instead, he planned to explore the spiritual sensing patterns of a mid-level virtual god to avoid unnecessary trouble. Sure enough, just as he had guessed, this terrifying soul power appeared again at midnight, enveloping the entire Black Demon City and sensing all suspicious clues. However, this terrifying soul force had only appeared once in the middle of the night. This made Yi Qinfeng decide to take action the next night. The next night, Yi Qinfeng left the Chaos Divine Beast and the Peacock King in the inn. He waited until the mid-level virtual god's spiritual power disappeared. He disappeared from the inn like a ghost. He controlled the universe mirror and quietly arrived outside the castellan's residence that was covered by a powerful barrier. Space Swallower, break the barrier! Yi Qinfeng did not want to alert the enemy, so he did not break the barrier by force. Instead, he summoned the Space Swallower and had it quickly bite through a hole in the barrier. He quietly entered the quiet castellan's residence and slowly approached the main courtyard. Just as he approached the main courtyard, Yi Qinfeng vaguely heard a woman's flirtatious voice and a man's low growl coming from the main house. Outside the main house, there were two servants. They were carrying a woman with snow-white shoulders, bare feet, and a delicate face. Her entire body was wrapped in white silk, and she was waiting outside the house. The castellan of Black Demon City is in a good mood. Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself. He appeared like a breeze and easily controlled the two servants and the beautiful woman, forcibly erasing their soul memories. Just as Yi Qinfeng controlled the three of them, a rushed and strange sound came from the room. Very soon, a woman in a white gauze dress with a rosy face and messy hair pushed open the tightly shut door and walked out. She had a slightly tired expression on her face. Through the gap in the door, Yi Qinfeng saw a burly man with thick hair all over his body. He had a square face and bright eyes. He was lying comfortably on the soft bed, waiting for the next maid to serve him. "Damn it, are you guys dead? Why aren't you bringing her in? You're ruining my mood. I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." After waiting for a while, the one-star demon ancestor, Black Demon City's castellan, realized that the servants had not brought her in. He was furious and roared. However, just as he finished speaking, he clearly saw a blurry shadow appear. Then 10 ancient ancestral flags appeared in the room, sealing the entire room. Who are you?" Seeing Yi Qinfeng suddenly barge in, the castellan of Black Demon City's castellan was shocked. He immediately spat out a hexagonal Tao disc and suspended it above his head. He looked at Yi Qinfeng as if he was facing a great enemy. "Don't be nervous. As long as you cooperate, I promise I won't hurt you." Yi Qinfeng looked at the castellan of Black Demon City, who was ready to attack at any time. He smiled faintly and walked over step by step. "Go to hell." When Yi Qinfeng walked into the attacking range, the castellan of Black Demon City threw out the hexagonal Tao disc without hesitation and used a powerful killing move to attack Yi Qinfeng. However, the difference in strength between him and Yi Qinfeng was too great. Yi Qinfeng lightly waved his arm and shattered the supreme grade Transcendent Saint artifact, 6-edged Tao disc. He broke the Black Demon City Lord's attack and easily controlled him. Who are you?" The castellan of Black Demon City did not expect Yi Qinfeng's strength to be so terrifying. After controlling himself in the blink of an eye, he immediately became nervous. He braced himself and warned, "I'm warning you, Virtual God Ziwu is nearby. If something happens to me, you won't be able to leave alive." Virtual God Ziwu, that mid-level virtual god. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, "If he unfortunately discovers me, then he can only blame it on his bad luck." Although mid-level virtual gods were terrifying and almost stood at the peak of the virtual god realm, Yi Qinfeng's current strength and foundation were enough to kill mid-level virtual gods. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng did not waste any more words with the castellan of Black Demon City. He bound his body and pressed one hand on the top of his head, using the God-Eater brain to forcefully search his soul. Yes, the Golden Rock demonic ancestor is nearby. Although Yi Qinfeng did not obtain any information about the Phoenix God from the castellan of Black Demon City, he unexpectedly learned that the Golden Rock demonic ancestor was nearby. When he obtained the inheritance of the immortal demon ancestor, Yi Qinfeng had promised the immortal demon ancestor that he would kill the Golden Rock demonic ancestor, who had betrayed his master and joined the divine clan, to avenge him. Moreover, the Golden Rock demonic ancestor was the emperor of the Avian clan, so he definitely knew more information. Thinking of this, Yi Qinfeng locked onto the Golden Rock demonic ancestor as his next target. Whoosh! Chapter 2022. North Sky City was built on the North Ridge Mountain. It was not a large city, but it was a famous trading hub in the monster realm. Every day, a large amount of resources would flow into the city, and then through various channels, they would flow into various cities in the northern region of the monster realm. Due to the special environment of North Sky City, it was also the most well-informed in the northern region. There were two major forces that made a living by selling information. When they arrived outside North Sky City, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the God-Eater brain to deduce quickly, releasing a powerful soul power to cover the entire North Sky City to sense the situation. Sure enough, virtual God Ziwu, who released his soul power to sense Black Monster City from time to time, is also in North Sky City. The God-Eater brain, which was deducing quickly, sensed the presence of Golden Rock Grand Elder and virtual God Ziwu, who is at mid-level virtual God realm. It seems that I have to deal with this virtual God Ziwu together. Yi Qinfeng, who had changed his appearance, muttered to himself and walked side by side with Zilin to the mansion located in the center of North Sky City. "Stop! Who are you, and what are you doing here?" The monster clan guard guarding the mansion saw Yi Qinfeng and Zilin walking in slowly. His face darkened, and he shouted loudly, "We have news of the Phoenix God, and we're here to report." Yi Qinfeng said calmly, "News of the Phoenix God." The guard at the door was shocked. He did not dare to delay and immediately reported the news to the housekeeper of the mansion. Soon, Yi Qinfeng and Zilin were invited into the mansion. They saw the Golden Rock demonic ancestor, who was wearing a purple gold robe. He had an aquiline nose, and his eyes were deep and powerful. He was sitting in the main seat and drinking tea. There were 4 people sitting on both sides of the Golden Rock Grand Elder. Judging from the aura of these 4 people, they were all 6-star Ancestor Realm Almighties. Virtual God Ziwu, whom Yi Qinfeng was a little worried about, did not appear. "You have news of the Phoenix God." The Golden Rock Grand Elder's sharp eyes shone with endless light as he glanced at Yi Qinfeng and Zilin and asked in a low voice, "Yes, we accidentally found the whereabouts of the Phoenix God." Zilin nodded and said, "All right, tell me where the Phoenix God is. If the information is reliable, you will be rewarded handsomely." Yi Qinfeng had the mirage blood in his body, and Zilin's methods were extraordinary. The Golden Rock demonic ancestor did not see through their disguise. "No, I don't trust you. I will only tell you the whereabouts of the Phoenix God after I get what I want." Zilin shook her head and said fearlessly, "Humph, you don't have the qualifications to bargain with this God." The Golden Rock great demonic ancestor had already cultivated to the half-step virtual God realm. He snorted coldly, and a powerful aura spread out, intimidating Yi Qinfeng and the other man. "Don't worry, we definitely found the Phoenix God. If I'm lying to you, I'm willing to give myself to you." Zilin winked at the Golden Rock Grand Elder. The Golden Rock demonic progenitor was so angry that his lungs were about to explode when he saw the old man winking at him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Compensate me with you? You're just an old man. What use do I have for you?" "So what if I'm an old man? I have my own interests," Zilin retorted angrily. "Shut up." The Golden Rock demonic ancestor smashed the coffee table beside him and said, "I'll tear you apart if you continue talking nonsense. Tell me, where did you find the Phoenix God? Why are you being so fierce? You're scaring me." Zilin rolled her eyes at the Golden Rock demonic ancestor and said, "We found the Phoenix God at the Splendid Mountain Range." Splendid Mountain Range. Although Zilin's gaze was driving the Golden Rock demonic ancestor crazy, finding the Phoenix God was the most important thing. The Golden Rock demonic ancestor had to suppress his anger and asked, "What did the Phoenix God look like?" The Phoenix God was beautiful and was this big. Why don't you compare it to this one? Lin gestured exaggeratedly and said, We found her and she found us. Then the Golden Rock demonic ancestor was speechless. The more he listened to Lin's description, the more he felt that it was unreliable. Then the phoenix god flew away. Lin flapped her arms and said, All right, I've brought the news. Can I give you a reward now? Damn it, you found the phoenix god. Why do I feel like it's a pheasant? A 6-star demonic ancestor couldn't listen anymore and said angrily, How can it be a pheasant? Lin rolled her eyes at the 6-star demonic ancestor and said, Are you going to go back on your word? Damn it! Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? How dare you fool us? Listening to Lin's exaggerated description, the Golden Rock demonic ancestor was basically sure that Lin didn't see the phoenix god at all. Wait, I have a feather left behind by the phoenix god. You'll know if I'm lying after you see it. Just as the Golden Rock demonic ancestor couldn't control the anger in his heart and was about to teach the audacious Lin a lesson, Lin suddenly shouted, Take it out and let me see. The Golden Rock demonic ancestor frowned slightly and suppressed the anger in his heart. This is it. See if it's the phoenix god feather. With that, Lin took out a pheasant feather from her universe ring and said loudly, Despicable old man, I'm going to kill you today. The Golden Rock demonic ancestor could no longer control the anger in his heart and roared furiously. He formed a sharp, demonic claw and grabbed at Lin, wanting to tear her into pieces. We don't know who's going to kill who. Lin had refined the chaos divine fruit and devoured the demonic tribe's origin. She had also stepped into the half-step virtual god level and was not afraid of the Golden Rock demonic ancestor at all. She snorted coldly and threw out a punch. A mysterious dowel was deduced in her palm, and her punch broke the demonic claw that was attacking her. As Lin and the Golden Rock demonic ancestor were fighting, the 10 ancient ancestral flags and the supreme grade, evil, broken thousand streams broke out of Yi Qinfeng's body and instantly sealed the main hall and the entire space. Half-step virtual god. Sensing the rapid increase in Lin's strength, the Golden Rock demonic ancestor and the rest were shocked. Without hesitation, they attacked Lin, wanting to capture her alive. Spatial black hole. Surrounded, Lin did not panic. She instantly used the 7-fold space rule power and formed a spatial black hole in front of her, swallowing the attacks of the Golden Rock demonic ancestor and the rest. Guiyuan hammer, destroy. Then, she summoned the supreme grade ancestral weapon, the Guiyuan hammer, and controlled it to become infinitely bigger, like a falling mountain. It slammed into a 6-star demonic ancestor. Caught off guard, the 6-star demonic ancestor was hit by the Guiyuan hammer that weighed tens of billions of kilograms. Before he could cry out, he was smashed into minced meat and died on the spot. I'm going to kill you. Seeing his right-hand man being smashed to death by Lin, the Golden Rock demonic ancestor was furious. Monstrous demonic aura gushed out of his body as he attacked Lin with all his might. Under the frenzied attacks of the Golden Rock demonic ancestor, the territory that Lin forcibly maintained was immediately broken. The terrifying attacks completely suppressed Lin's offensive, putting her in danger. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help. Unable to block the attacks of the Golden Rock demonic ancestor and the 3 6-star demonic ancestor almighties, Lin immediately asked for help from Yi Qinfeng. I thought you wouldn't ask for help. Yi Qinfeng smiled slightly. The ancestor-level sword soul flew out of his sea of soul, turned into a black divine sword and slashed forward. With a thrust of the sword, the chaotic space was instantly torn apart. The 3 6-star demonic ancestor almighties who turned pale with fright could not dodge at all. Whoosh! The sword light slashed across, and the bodies of the 3 6-star demonic ancestor almighties were split open. Then the divine spirit pagoda broke out of Yi Qinfeng's body and bombarded the souls of the 3 six-star demonic ancestor almighties with a terrifying suppressive force. Chapter 2023. Half-Step Virtual Gods. Who are you? Sensing that Yi Qinfeng was also a half-step virtual god, the Golden Rock Grand Elder immediately felt uneasy and questioned him loudly. Guess who we are? Yi Qinfeng said with a faint smile. I don't care who you are. I'm going to kill all of you today. 2 of the 4 six-star ancestor realm almighties that Yi Qinfeng and Zilin had just killed were from the Tian clan, and their status was not low. Their deaths were very likely to anger the Tian clan, and when he thought about the consequences of this matter, the Golden Rock martial ancestor was so angry that he wanted to cut Yi Qinfeng and Zilin into pieces. Limit, Golden Crown, merge! The Golden Rock Grand Elder's mind moved and merged with the Limit Golden Crown. His attack, speed, and defense were greatly improved. His ability also reached low-level virtual god level. The terrifying power shook the entire space, and a large number of chains materialized under his feet. Die! The Limit Golden Spear appeared in the Golden Rock Grand Elder's hand. The rolling rule power merged with the Limit Golden Spear as he stabbed it at Yi Qinfeng and Zilin. As the Golden Rock Grand Elder stabbed at him, Yi Qinfeng immediately burned his primordial blood and merged it with his god's heart. He controlled his ancestral-level sword soul and merged it with his right fist as he punched at the Golden Rock Grand Elder. Kacha! Yi Qinfeng's fist collided with the extreme golden spear. A force close to 5 trillion kilograms instantly broke the extreme golden spear and numbed the Golden Rock ancestral patriarch's arm. The space in the main hall was even more severely damaged. However, as the entire space was sealed, the fierce battle between Yi Qinfeng and the Golden Rock Grand Elder did not alarm the experts in the mansion. What kind of physical body is this? The Golden Rock Grand Elder's eyes widened. He could not believe that Yi Qinfeng's physical strength was so powerful that it was beyond his imagination. He suppressed the Limit Golden Spear with one punch. 3,000 God-transforming fist. After breaking the Golden Rock ancestral martial ancestor's attack with one punch, Yi Qinfeng derived the 4 ancestral Dao diagrams to the extreme. He instantly unleashed 3,000 invincible divine fists, which rained down on the ancestral martial ancestor like a meteor shower. Battle form, heavenly domain. Sensing the destructive power of the 3,000 transformation deity fist, Golden Rock beast ancestor instantly transformed into his strongest battle form. He opened his heaven domain and used demonic killer moves to block the 3,000 transformation deity fist. However, Yi Qinfeng had broken through to the half-step virtual god realm and his body was too strong. He attacked continuously with more than 5 billion pounds of strength, crushing the heavenly territory and breaking the killing move. He kept attacking the Golden Rock Great Ancestor and sent him flying. His body was covered in cracks. Virtual God Ziwu, save me. Having experienced the terror of Yi Qinfeng, the heavily injured Golden Rock demonic ancestor was frightened. He let out an earth-shattering roar and cried for help. Scream all you want. It's useless even if you scream yourself hoarse. No one can save you. Zilin, who was standing at the side, said with a sinister smile. Extreme speed. Golden Rock Grand Elder realized that his cries for help could not be heard. He could only increase his speed to the maximum. He wanted to use his speed to stall Yi Qinfeng and find a chance to escape. Time deceleration. Golden Rock demonic ancestor relied on his absolute speed to create multiple afterimages of different shapes, attacking Yi Qinfeng from all directions. However, when Golden Rock demonic ancestor got close to Yi Qinfeng, he was horrified to find that the space around Yi Qinfeng had turned into a time quagmire. His speed was reduced infinitely. Sword territory. Yi Qinfeng took a step forward and opened up his terrifying sword territory. Tens of thousands of invincible swords instantly engulfed Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, and his afterimages, crushing them. Once again, Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, was severely injured and sent flying. Virtual God Ziwu, save me. Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, was terrified as his injuries worsened. He suddenly gave up attacking Yi Qinfeng and attacked the space that was restricted by the evil Slaughter Thousand Flows and the 10 ancient ancestral flags. He wanted to cause a huge tremor in the space to alert Virtual God Ziwu, who was cultivating in the depths of the mansion. Infinite chaos. When Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, attacked the space restriction with all his might, the towering shadow of the Chaos Divine tree appeared on his body. He struck out with the power of chaos and the 4 ancestral Tao diagrams, which were close to 5 trillion kilograms of power, and attacked. This move, your Yi Qinfeng. Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, recognized Yi Qinfeng's identity when he dodged infinite chaos-killing blow with his absolute speed. You're not stupid, Yi Qinfeng sneered. He stepped into the air with the sword steps and continued to attack Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, ferociously. He wanted to suppress him as soon as possible. Heavenly territory. Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, was even more terrified after knowing Yi Qinfeng's identity. He could not believe that Yi Qinfeng's strength had improved so much in such a short time and stepped into the half-step virtual god level. Soulless sword, break. Yi Qinfeng ignored Golden Rock, demonic ancestor's heavenly territory and merged with his ancestral sword soul. He activated the invincible sword body and slashed out an invincible sword. It tore through the sword territory and slashed at Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, who was trying to dodge. When Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, dodged Yi Qinfeng's soulless sword with his extreme speed, Yi Qinfeng threw a punch at Golden Rock, demonic ancestor. The punch seemed slow, but Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, who had extreme speed, could not dodge it. Yi Qinfeng's punch landed on his chest. The power of 5 trillion kilograms broke through his body's defense and sent him flying. His chest caved in completely. Then Yi Qinfeng changed the time rules and attacked Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, continuously. The terrifying power destroyed his body and sent him flying again and again. Rumble. Just as Golden Rock, demonic ancestor's injuries were getting worse, evil Slaughter Thousand Streams and the 10 ancient ancestral flags were attacked and the light wall cracked. Virtual God Ziwu, help. Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, was overjoyed when he saw the light wall crack and spat out blood. He screamed for help. Golden Rock, you don't have to scream. Even God can't save you. After alerting Virtual God Ziwu, Yi Qinfeng no longer held back. He summoned Divine Sword Glutton and attacked Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, ferociously. Golden Rock, demonic ancestor's speed kept decreasing under the 50-fold time rule. He could not dodge Divine Sword Glutton's attack at all, and his body was riddled with holes. Divine Spirit Tower, suppress. When Yi Qinfeng chopped off Golden Rock, demonic ancestor's golden wings with Divine Sword Glutton, the Divine Spirit Tower fell under Yi Qinfeng's control. Golden Rock, demonic ancestor's body, was smashed into a bloody mess. He fell to the ground heavily and passed out. 9 Gloom, devour! After the Divine Spirit Tower suppressed Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the supreme grade ancestral weapon 9 Gloom and controlled it to devour the dying Golden Rock, demonic ancestor. Evil Slaughter Thousand Streams and 10 ancient ancestral flags collect. Chapter 2024. Hand over Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, and the rest, and I'll leave you with a complete corpse. Virtual God Ziwu glared coldly at Yi Qinfeng and Luo Feng. He released a powerful divine power to lock onto the 2 of them as he ordered. Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, and the rest are already dead. If you want to see them, I can send you to hell to reunite with them. Although virtual god Ziwu was terrifying as he had reached mid-level virtual god, his chaos dharma combined with the primitive Taoist heart had also reached mid-level virtual god. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng had 2 virtual god weapons and many ultimate ancestral weapons. He had endless divine power, so he was not afraid of virtual god Ziwu at all. You're really brave. I've forgotten how many years it has been since anyone dared to speak to me like that. Virtual god Ziwu's eyes shot out 2 beams of murderous light toward Yi Qinfeng. He wanted to penetrate Yi Qinfeng's body to teach him a lesson. Yi Qinfeng stood still as he was attacked by virtual god Ziwu's eyes. He allowed the 2 beams of light to hit his body. Virtual god Ziwu's eyes could penetrate the body of a peak ancestral master. However, when they hit Yi Qinfeng's body, they were scattered by the 5 trillion pounds of power in his body. They could not hurt him at all. Virtual god Ziwu, show me what you're really capable of. This attack is no different from scratching an itch. Yi Qinfeng did not want to expose Demon God, Virtual God, and the rest in front of everyone. He decided to kill Virtual God Ziwu himself to test his strength. All right. I'd like to see what makes you so arrogant. Virtual god Ziwu was completely enraged by Yi Qinfeng. He summoned a pseudo-virtual god weapon, Sea God Trident, and mobilized a powerful heavenly force to attack Yi Qinfeng. Chaos Dharma combine. Yi Qinfeng did not dare to be careless in the face of virtual god Ziwu's attack. He instantly combined with his Chaos Dharma and raised his strength to the peak of mid-level virtual god. His combat strength instantly surpassed virtual god Ziwu's by a few times. He held the divine sword swallowing sky and broke virtual god Ziwu's attack, pushing him back. What? Virtual god Ziwu's eyes widened as he looked at Yi Qinfeng in disbelief. Peak of middle-level virtual god weapon. Sensing that Yi Qinfeng's aura was far stronger than his own, Hollow God Ziwu's heart was in turmoil. One could say that Yi Qinfeng's methods were beyond his imagination. Now it's my turn to attack. Raising his strength to the extreme, Yi Qinfeng stepped on the sword and appeared in front of empty God Ziwu as if he had teleported. Holding the divine sword Tunshin in his hand, he instantly intertwined with extremely sharp sword rays and launched a fatal attack at him. Humph! After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, Ziwu Su Shin held the trident in his hand and defended with all his might. He fought fiercely with Yi Qinfeng in the center of Beitian City, causing a destructive force that caused the entire monster clan mansion to collapse and cracks to appear in the void. Domain of Heaven, exterminate! After fighting intensely for half an incense stick's worth of time, Hollow God Ziwu realized that he could not suppress Yi Qinfeng at all. He immediately opened up his heavenly domain and controlled it to attack Yi Qinfeng with overwhelming force. He wanted to use the power of his heavenly domain to severely injure Yi Qinfeng. 10,000 God tribulation. As the rolling heavenly domain attacked, Yi Qinfeng immediately deduced his Tao will to the extreme and blasted out a destructive attack to meet the heavenly domain. Boom! 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 The 2 invincible forces collided in midair, causing thousands of huge waves and collapsing large areas of ancient buildings. The monster clan members in Beitian City were so frightened that they fled in panic. Divine power mirror image. After taking the blow head-on, Yi Qinfeng immediately created 3 mirror image clones and attacked Hollow God Ziwu from 3 directions to disperse his attack power. When Hollow God Ziwu relied on his absolute strength to open up his heavenly domain and shatter the 3 mirror image clones, Yi Qinfeng's entire body merged with the divine sword Tunshin. He evolved the rule of time acceleration by 50 times and stabbed at Hollow God Ziwu. As the sword stabbed, the chaotic sky above Beitian City suddenly turned into day and night. The endless light was swallowed by Yi Qinfeng's sword. Xian Tian Godly Scripture, heavenly punishment. Hollow God Zi Wu's pupils constricted. His body and heavenly domain instantly melted and turned into the main palm of heavenly punishment. Once again, the entire sky exploded. Ancestral swords. Hollow God Zi Wu forcefully broke the godless sword. Yi Qinfeng activated his invincible sword body and evolved into tens of thousands of invincible divine swords. They pierced through the entire space like a river of swords, attacking Hollow God Ziwu from all angles. Chi, Chi, Chi. Under the attack of the ancestral swords, Hollow God Ziwu's body defense was broken. His entire body was sent flying by the violent river of swords and fell 1,000 meters away. Crazy! Yi Qinfeng is really crazy. It's only been a few years, and even a mid-level Hollow God is no match for him. If this situation continues, he might really be able to stand at the top of this world. After witnessing Yi Qinfeng severely injuring Hollow God Ziwu, Zilin was regretful of his terrifying combat strength. It also strengthened her determination to follow Yi Qinfeng in the future. Divine Power, Tyrannical Kick. Yi Qinfeng appeared above Hollow God Ziwu, who had smashed a huge pit in the ground, as if he had teleported. He poured all the strength in his body into his right foot, condensing an incomparably huge footprint, and stomped on Hollow God Ziwu. The tyrannical kick stomped down, and the entire space was crushed. The tyrannical kick was so heavy that it could flatten mountains. Kacha! Hollow God Ziwu, who had just flown out of the pit, had no time to dodge. He was stepped on by the tyrannical kick. His entire body trembled and fell into the pit once again. The entire ground was constantly collapsing under the terrifying tyrannical kick. I swear that I will turn you into ashes. Hollow God Zi, who had never been humiliated like this before. He let out an angry roar as his head was stepped on. He swallowed a milky white pill and used the pill's power to rapidly increase his strength, reaching the peak of mid-level Hollow God in a short time. I'm afraid I can't let you do as you wish. The furious Hollow God Zi Wu attacked. Yi Qinfeng merged with the sword domain and activated the invincible sword physique without restraint. He continuously used myriad swords, myriad gods' tribulation, and chaos everlasting to attack Hollow God Ziwu. Uft, uft. Under the attack of the three supreme divine powers, Hollow God Ziwu's consecutive killer moves were broken. The three supreme divine powers bombarded his body one after another, shattering the ancestral artifact battle armor on his body. He was sent flying 10,000 meters away, leaving behind a large amount of blood mist in the air. Bloodline power completely ignite. As his injuries continued to worsen, Hollow God Zi Wu went berserk. He burned all the bloodline in his body to summon a sparkling and translucent crystal that exuded cold air, icebound heaven and earth. When he crushed this crystal and threw it at Yi Qinfeng, the void that was full of cracks was instantly frozen by the cold air permeating from the crystal. Yi Qinfeng, who was rapidly flying over, was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Go to hell! Supreme Emperor Heaven Path, Supreme Heaven Wuji. The moment Yi Qinfeng was frozen, Zi Wu Hollow God unleashed a supreme supernatural power, raising his attack power to the extreme. He threw the trident of the sea god, which had divine inscriptions on it, at Yi Qinfeng, wanting to severely injure him in one blow. Break! At this critical moment, nearly 2.5 trillion pounds of energy poured into the ice that froze his body. The terrifying energy directly shattered the ice. Path of equipment manipulation. Following that, Yi Qinfeng performed the path of equipment manipulation and threw the divine sword swallower that illuminated heaven and earth with divine light toward the sea god trident. Boom! The two divine weapons collided. The sea god trident was forcefully split in half by the divine sword swallower. The weapon spirit in the sea god trident wailed in agony and turned into ashes. After breaking the sea god trident, The divine sword swallower's power did not diminish and slashed toward hollow god Ziwu, whose expression changed drastically. The terrifying power of the sword forced him to retreat step by step. Chapter 2025 Polar Ice Formation Seal. Just as the divine inscriptions appeared, the terrifying divine sword slashed at hollow god Ziwu. A mysterious array appeared on hollow god Ziwu's body, exuding the power of extreme coldness. It directly swallowed the divine sword that was flying toward him, forcibly sealing it. Let's see how you're going to fight me without the virtual god sword. Although the sea god trident was broken by the divine sword devourer, virtual god Ziwu used his powerful trump card to seal the divine sword devourer for a short time. In his opinion, Yi Qinfeng was no match for him without the divine sword devourer. Virtual god Ziwu, it's too early for you to be happy. Who said, I only have one virtual god sword? Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly. Seeing that virtual god Ziwu had used all his trump cards, he summoned the universal origin sword that was even more powerful. What? Looking at the universal origin sword that was spitting out universal origin chi, the smile on virtual god Ziwu's face froze. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had never imagined that Yi Qinfeng would have such a strong foundation. Not only did he have a trump card that could greatly increase his strength, but he also had two virtual god swords. While virtual god Ziwu was still in shock, Yi Qinfeng took the sword steps and appeared before him as if he had teleported. He attacked him continuously with the universal origin sword. Without the sea god trident, virtual god Ziwu's combat power was greatly reduced. In addition, the polar ice formation that was suppressing the divine sword devourer had drained part of his divine power. He could not withstand Yi Qinfeng's ferocious attacks and was forced to retreat. His injuries continued to worsen, causing him to feel uneasy for the first time. Damn it! Since when did such a person appear in the virtual god realm? The more virtual god Ziwu fought, the more uneasy he felt. He wanted to retreat. Invincible, heavenly technique. Virtual god Ziwu took a deep breath and performed the invincible heavenly technique. He quickly healed his injuries and prepared to break out with all his might. Suddenly, pillars of light shot into the sky within a 10-mile radius, sealing the entire space. Humph, you want to trap me with such a seal? Seeing that Zilin had used tens of thousands of formation cornerstones to seal the space, virtual god Ziwu snorted coldly, revealing a hint of disdain. Who said that this restriction is used to restrict you? Yi Qinfeng sneered. There was no one within a 5-kilometer radius. Yi Qinfeng had nothing to worry about. He summoned Evil God, Virtual Path God, Ancient God, Grim Reaper, War Demon, and Virtual God Jinlei, sealing off all of Virtual God Ziwu's escape routes. This, Virtual God Ziwu's expression changed drastically when he saw the 6 virtual gods who had appeared out of nowhere. He looked terrified. Zhenlei, why is it you? Did you betray the Tian clan? Looking at virtual god Zhenlei of the 6 virtual gods, virtual god Ziwu revealed a furious expression and roared loudly. The original Zhenlei is already dead. Void god Zhenlei said coldly, it's meaningless to talk about the past. You, virtual god Ziwu could not figure out how Yi Qinfeng could make virtual god Zhenlei, who was loyal to the Tian clan, betray him. He wanted to spread the news even more. However, Yi Qinfeng and the others did not give him the chance to do so. They attacked him at the same time. Virtual god Ziwu was already severely injured. Now that he was attacked by Yi Qinfeng and the other 6 virtual gods, his entire body exploded instantly. Chaos Dharma, devour! Yi Qinfeng's remaining child brain was too weak to control virtual god Ziwu. In desperation, Yi Qinfeng could only control Chaos Dharma to devour him. This is the Chaos Divine Wood. You're Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng had exposed the Chaos Divine Wood at the 100 Battles martial competition. So many people knew about him. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's chaos dharma transform into a towering chaos divine that was swaying with chaos five elements light, virtual god Zi Wu immediately guessed his identity. However, it was too late. Tens of thousands of five-colored roots broke into virtual god Zi Wu's exploding body and madly devoured the divine power in his body. No, even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Virtual god Zi Wu, who felt his divine power being drained continuously and knew that he could not reverse the situation, let out a terrified roar and was about to self-destruct. Humph, do you think I'll give you the chance to self-destruct? Yi Qinfeng snorted coldly and attacked at the same time as the virtual gods and the others, releasing powerful divine power to suppress him. Under the suppression of Yi Qinfeng and the others, the surging divine power in virtual god Zi Wu's body was completely suppressed. He could not self-destruct at all. Yi Qinfeng, the two clan leaders of my Tian clan, are in the demon realm. Just you wait. The two clan leaders will definitely avenge me. Unable to self-destruct, virtual god Zi Wu kept cursing Yi Qinfeng. Chaos divine beast, use your foot to block his mouth. Yi Qinfeng summoned the chaos divine beast with his mind and had it step on virtual god Zi Wu's newly repaired mouth. Instantly, a foul stench entered virtual god Zi Wu's mouth and nostrils, driving him crazy. With the evolution of the chaos dharma, the devouring power of the chaos divine would become even more powerful. In less than half an hour, virtual god Zi Wu's body withered and eventually turned into a dried corpse. He died on the spot. Let's go! After getting rid of the mid-level virtual god Zi Wu, Yi Qinfeng immediately put everyone into the universe realm and summoned the immortal wings. He flew out of the chaotic Baitian city at an extremely fast speed and soon disappeared. A few days later, Yi Qinfeng hid by a lake in a bottomless mountain. With a thought, he entered Nine Gloom and saw the Golden Rock demonic ancestor who had been suppressed by Nine Gloom and had fallen into a deep coma. Soul Search. Yi Qinfeng grabbed Golden Rock demonic ancestor's head and used the God-Eater brain to search Golden Rock demonic ancestor's soul and memory. As expected, the Sky Tribe has locked onto 10 places where the Phoenix God might appear. Baitian City is one of them. In addition to knowing where the Phoenix God might appear, Yi Qinfeng also received a piece of good news. Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven were not in the monster realm. Instead, they had gone to the extraterritorial region to find the key item to enter the Chaos Tomb. Wake up! After searching Golden Rock demonic ancestor soul, Yi Qinfeng forcefully woke him up. What do you want? Golden Rock demonic ancestor woke up and looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was not far away. He was instantly terrified. What do you think I want? Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly and looked at the terrified Golden Rock demonic ancestor. Yi Qinfeng, as long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to submit to you. I'll submit to you forever. Although Golden Rock demonic ancestor was the emperor of the bird tribe, he had no backbone. In the face of death, he was terrified and had no choice but to compromise. If I hadn't inherited the immortal demon ancestor's inheritance and promised to avenge him, I might have really given you a chance to live. Unfortunately, I've already promised the immortal demon ancestor, so you'll definitely die. Yi Qinfeng said coldly, No, if you don't kill me, I can tell you the whereabouts of the Phoenix God. I can even give you the treasury of my bird tribe. In order to live, Golden Rock demonic ancestor kept throwing out tempting conditions to Yi Qinfeng. I've already searched your soul. I know everything you know now. Yi Qinfeng said coldly and mercilessly, No, what do you want for me to be spared? Seeing that Yi Qinfeng was unmoved, Golden Rock demonic ancestor's heart was gradually filled with fear, and he kept begging for mercy. I told you, you'll definitely die. With that, Yi Qinfeng controlled Nine Nether and suppressed Golden Rock demonic ancestor. He let the ancestor sword soul penetrate his soul sea and crush his soul, killing him on the spot. Chapter 2026. How is it, Qingfeng? Did you get any valuable information from the Golden Rock ancestors' spirit sea? Shen Daoxiu and the rest surrounded Yi Qinfeng when they saw him appear in the universe mirror. The celestial clan has already locked onto the 10 places where the phoenix god might appear. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Besides that, I also got good news. Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven aren't in the demon realm. Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven aren't here at a time like this? Shen Daoxiu asked in surprise. Where did they go? I learned from the Golden Rock ancestors, spirits see that the 2 celestials went to the outer realms to search for the key to entering the primitive, desolate tomb. Yi Qinfeng said, Do we need special items to enter the primitive, desolate tomb? Shen Daoxiu and the rest asked with furrowed brows. Anything that could make Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven personally search for it had to be extraordinary. Everyone could sense the mystery of the primitive, desolate tomb. I think they should go to the outer realms to search for core stones, the fairy-like Mulinger said as she slowly walked over. Core stones, what's that? Yi Qinfeng and the rest were hearing about core stones for the first time. They all looked towards the mysterious Mulinger. There's a mysterious energy within the primitive, desolate tomb that can interfere with the soul and cause it to lose itself. Without the core stone, even the void spirit of this world would lose themselves in the primitive, desolate tomb and turn into a killing machine. Mu Linger revealed important information about the tomb to Yi Qinfeng and the rest. Linger, how do you know so much about the primitive, desolate tomb? Yi Qinfeng asked in astonishment. My great-grandfather told me all of this. Mu Linger was like a skylark as she spoke in a clear voice. And I have 6 core stones that my great-grandfather gave me. If Big Brother you wants them, I can give you 5. Really? That's wonderful. Yi Qinfeng rejoiced internally. He never expected Mu Linger to have core stones on her. Evil God, Senior Void God, Senior Ancient Eternal, these 3 origin stones are for you. When the time comes, we'll enter the desolate tomb together. Yi Qinfeng took out 3 origin stones and gave them to the 3 strongest evil gods. He kept one for himself and prepared to give the last one to the phoenix god. That's right, Ling. How many more secrets do you know about the great desolate tomb? Yi Qinfeng never expected Mu Linger to know the secrets of the primitive wild's tomb, so he wanted to learn more valuable information from her. I have never entered the great desolate tomb, but my great-grandfather and great-grandmother have. Mu Linger continued. Based on my guesses, the prehistoric tomb should be traveling through different universes, but in the past 2 lives, it appeared in this universe. The prehistoric tomb travels through different universes. Yi Qinfeng and the rest sucked in a cold breath, startled by Mu Linger's revelation. Then Ling, do you know what kind of unparalleled fortune lies in the prehistoric tomb? Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath to suppress his shock. Great-grandfather only told me that the prehistoric tomb was a fortune left behind by the desolate primordial emperor and the desolate emperor. Both of them were once absolute overlords of their respective universes. As for what kind of fortune they left behind, I have no idea. Mu Linger shook her head. But great-grandfather once left behind an unparalleled fortune in the prehistoric tomb to test me. If I can obtain it, I'll be able to unleash all of my potential and complete my transformation to return to my universe. Your great-grandfather actually left behind a test for you in the prehistoric tomb. Yi Qinfeng was stunned. Ling, what kind of expert was your great-grandfather? Super divinity. Mu Linger replied. Super divinity. Mu Linger's words were like a heavy bomb that exploded in Yi Qinfeng and the rest's hearts, leaving them gaping in shock. In the eyes of Yi Qinfeng and the rest, gods were already the highest of existences. They could control all life in the universe, but super divinity strength was unimaginable to them. Perhaps in our eyes, the effort we put in to reach the celestial realm isn't even worth mentioning in the eyes of some people. Shen Daoxiu and the rest sighed deeply as they received a heavy blow. Let's analyze the possible locations where the Phoenix God might appear. No matter what, we have to enter the prehistoric tomb and obtain the fortune left behind by the desolate emperor and the desolate emperor. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts before listing out 10 possible locations where the Phoenix God might appear. North Sky City was almost destroyed, so Yi Qinfeng and the rest no longer considered it. The more dangerous a place is, the safer it is. If the Phoenix God wants to hide herself, I think it's very likely she'll choose the most places. That's why it's more likely that she'll fly to the Demon Emperor City instead of the Beast Emperor City. Shen Yonggu, who'd lived for countless years, analyzed. I think it's also possible in the Thousand Demon Sea. It's easier to hide in the sea. If the Phoenix God hides in the Thousand Demon Sea, it's impossible for the divine race to find her. Shen Jinlei said, No, I don't think the Phoenix God will be satisfied. She'll definitely pay attention to the divine race's every move. So I agree with Senior Shen Yonggu's analysis. The chances of her hiding in the Demon Emperor City or the Beast Emperor City are very high. Yi Qinfeng agreed after pondering for a moment. Since Supreme God Sky and Supreme Emperor Sky aren't here, we can boldly search for the Phoenix God. Why don't we try our luck at these two cities first? If we can't find the Phoenix God, then we'll go to the Thousand Demon Sea. Shin Daoshi said, Sure, but should we go to the Beast Emperor City or the Demon Emperor City first? Shin Jinlei nodded. Let's go to the Beast Emperor City. Yi Qinfeng finally decided. Why? Shen Daoxiu and the others looked at Yi Qinfeng in unison. The Golden Rock demonic ancestor isn't in the Demon Emperor City, which means that the divine race must have turned the Demon Emperor City upside down. Even if the Phoenix God is really hiding in the Demon Emperor City, there's a high chance that she was scared away, so the chances of her going to the Beast Emperor City are higher. However, compared to the Demon Emperor City, the Beast Emperor City is also more dangerous. The divine race must have many void gods secretly watching over it. Yi Qinfeng analyzed. All right, then we'll go to the Beast Emperor City first. As long as Supreme God Sky and Supreme Emperor Sky aren't there, with our current strength, we definitely have a chance to fight against the divine race. Evil God, who had refined a portion of the 5-colored Godstone and had almost broken through the bottleneck of his realm, said arrogantly, Everyone, quickly refine the Godstone and cultivate. Before entering the desolate tomb, everyone's strength can still be improved. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng left the universe realm and quietly left the desolate mountain range. He changed his appearance, concealed his aura, and flew in the direction of the Beast Emperor City. Roughly 10 days later, Yi Qinfeng successfully arrived at the towering Beast Emperor City. Outside the city, there were 2 majestic statues of divine beasts. He actually dared to enter the Beast Clan's imperial city, the Beast Emperor City, under the strict interrogation of the Beast Clan's imperial guards.